Good morning and welcome to the IGSA Regatta for 2024. The first race on the program is Division 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, and that is the final. There are 5 entries. Loretto Normanhurst has scratched. In lane 2, so on the far side of the course, we have the St Catherine's number 1 crew. In lane 3, we have the Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew. In lane 4, Roseville. Then there'll be a gap. Then in lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew, and then closest to the grandstand is St Catherine's number 2 crew. You can see on the screen the crews are just lining up now for the start. So they're starting at the 1,000 metre mark. Just about to get ready for the first race on the program. And representing St Catherine's number 1 crew are the girls Jack, Harris, Mendens, Cornwall and Cox by Howes. We're just waiting on the details of the crews, which I'll then be able to call out. They're underway now. All crews got off to a clean start. Crews on this side of the course at the moment doing strongest. That's Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew and the St Catherine's number 2 crew. St Catherine's number 1 crew on the other side also got a very good start. Lovely rowing conditions at this stage, very flat, not too hot, but it will increase in heat as the day progresses, particularly in the afternoon, but fortunately we'll be finishing at midday, so we'll miss the worst of the heat. These girls are in their first year of rowing, and this is Division 6. There are 6 divisions of the Year 8 quads rowing today, and each of the Year 8 races will be a straight final. So representing a Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew, which is in lane 3, the girls are, and I'm sorry we don't have first names today, but the girls are Fisk, Westaway, Hatcham, Beatar and Wood. Roseville is represented by Gao, Nong, Atkinson and Atkinson, that's L. Atkinson and S. Atkinson, and Suon is the Cox. The Loretto Kirribilli 1 crew is represented by Bates, Wilson, Lawson, Hermans, Cox by Robertson, and the St Catherine's number 2 crew, Vakawika, Carr, Brown, Jones and Cox by Carvin. We'll see if we might be able to get first names for the girls in the course of this morning. Obviously it's much nicer to be able to give full names rather than just surnames. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark now. And the St Catherine's number 2 crew on this side of the course is doing very well out in front. We don't seem to be receiving the timing for the 500 metre mark, but we'll see if we can fix that as the day progresses as well. So from this side of the course, closest to the grandstand, the St Catherine's number 2 crew is doing well, as is the St Catherine's number 1 crew on the far side. St Catherine's number 1 crew is probably slightly ahead on the angle. A little further back to the 2 Loretto Kirribilli crews, and then a little further back to Roseville. But it's 2 St Catherine's crews out in front, particularly the St Catherine's number 1 crew, which is now powering in lane 2. Very good row from Jack, Harris, Mendens and Cornwall with their Cox Howes. Loretto number 2 crew challenging St Catherine's number 2 crew for second place. And a little further back in 4th place is Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew. But it's the St Catherine's number 1 crew that remains in the lead. Coming up now with about 100 metres to go. They're now in the red buoys, marking the last 100 metres of the race. Girls get good timing, maintaining the power in the boat as they take it up to the finish line. The Roto Kirribilli crew, number 2 crew, seems to move now into clear second place. Tight battle for third between the Roto Kirribilli number 1 crew and the St Catherine's number 2 crew. But the St Catherine's number 1 crew now coming up to the finish line, and they'll take out race 1 on the program, which is Division 6 of the Year 8 Cox Squad Sculls. In second place we'll go to Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew. That's Fisk, Westaway, Hatcham and Beta, Cox by Wood. Very close race for third, but the St Catherine's crew will hold out the Loreto Kirribilli crew. So St Catherine's number 2 crew is third, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew is fourth, and the Roseville crew having some coordination issues, I think, between the rowers, but they're now moving slowly up towards the last 100 metres, and they will take out 5th place, and that will complete race 1 on the program. So just repeating the results for race 1, was won by the St Catherine's number 1 crew of Jack, Harris, Mendens and Cornwall, Cox by Howes. In second place, the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Fisk, Westaway, Hatcham, Betar and Wood. In third place, St Catherine's number 2, Vakawika, Carr, Brown, Jones and Cox by Carvin. And Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew in fourth place, Bates, Wilson, Lawson, Hermans and Robertson is the Cox. Next race on the program is race 2, which is heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Sculls Division 2. So Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Squad Sculls is rowed in 2 heats, and then there'll be a final later in the program. But the Roseville crew now coming up the finish line, all girls rowing together. And that's the crew of Gal, Nung, Atkinson, the LNS, and Suon crosses the line. So race 2 underway now. Far side of the course in lane 3, Tara. In lane 4, PLC, Sydney. Lane 5, Queenwood. Lane 6, Monty St Angelo. And in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar. Tara is represented by Eaton, Toya, McCartney, Seraglio and Troffer. PLC by McFarlane, Moody, Ewing, Russell and Burrows is the Cox. Queenwood, Elliott, McMillan, Yates, Garner, Cox by Gordon. And Monty St Angelo, Phillips, Wrightson, McKevsky, Mills, Cox by Stevens. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Baisby, Bush, Wang, Tava, Cox by Collins. So looking down the course, Canberra Girls Grammar has taken an early lead in the race. A little further back to Queenwood and PLC Sydney, and then Monty, and then a little further back to Tara. But a very nice row from Canberra Girls Grammar. Closest to the grandstand in lane 7 are the leaders at the 500 metre mark. About a length further back to Queenwood, further length back to PLC. PLC being challenged by Monty, and then a few further lengths back to Tara. So the first 4 boats in this heat will progress to the final. So at this stage it looks like the final will come from Canberra Girls Grammar, Monty, Queenwood and PLC Sydney. Tara at this stage looks a little far out to be able to qualify. So the girls just slowing down a little bit in the last 100 metres, knowing that they're safely qualified, particularly the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. Queenwood now moving up a little to challenge, but I think Canberra Girls Grammar will hold them off. But remember, this is only a heat. Girls will need to conserve their energy for the final, which will be rowed later in the program. But Canberra Girls Grammar maintaining that lead, but Queenwood is challenging. The winners of the heats get a better lane draw, so there is some incentive to win a heat, and of course every crew likes to cross the line first, whether it's a heat or a final. But Canberra Girls Grammar have held off Queenwood, so the Canberra Girls Grammar crew takes out race 2, closely followed by Queenwood, only a canvas a little bit further back to them. PLC Sydney now crossing the line, and they'll take out third place. Monty coming up to the finish line. It's great to see Monty now competing at IGSA and other regattas. They've only recently started a formal rowing program at the school. And then Tara, only a few lengths further back, and they'll take fifth place. So the results of race 2, it was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Baysby, Bush, Wang, Tarver and Collins. Second place, Queenwood, Elliott, McMillan, Yates, Garner, Cox by Gordon. Third place went to PLC Sydney, McFarlane, Moody, Ewing, Russell, Cox by Burrows. Fourth place to Monty, St Angelo, Phillips, Wrightson, McKevsky, Mills, Cox by Stevens. And in fifth place, Tara, Eaton, Toya, McCartney, Seriaglio and Troffa. So the first 4 crews will go through to the final. We now have coming down the course race 3, which is heat 2 of Division 2 of the Year 9 quads. In lane 3 from the far side of the course, Roseville, Han, Wang, Feidler, Wu, Cox by Mason. Then lane 4, Pimble, Poynton, McLaughlin, Eisenhower, Pennington, Cox by Bartrop. In lane 5, in the middle of the course, Loreto Kirribilli, Kovacs, Reeves, Tripp, Edwards, Cox by Clarkin. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Dragonudis, Pennington, Lacko, Lander, Cox by Portelli. And in lane 7, again close to the grandstand, St Catherine's, Orange, Smith, Fletcher, Lloyd, Cox by Zhu. So that's race 3, which is heat 2 of the Year 9 second quads. And rowing very nicely out in front is the Pimble crew. Strong lead at this stage, and then in second place, close to the grandstand, St Catherine's. A little further back in the middle of the course to Loreto Kirribilli, then a few lengths back to Loreto Normanhurst, and 1 or 2 lengths further back to Roseville. Pimble rowing very well in the Year 9 quads yesterday as a shed, and again showing that strength today with a very nice heat row from their Year 9 second quad crew, who will comfortably qualify and take out race 3. So that's the crew of Poynton, McLaughlin, Eisenhower, Pennington and Bartrop. And just coming up the finish line now with about 5 strokes to go. And crossing the line now, so Pimble, winners of heat 2 of the Division 2 of the Year 9 quads. And in second place, City Row, coming to the finish line now, is the St Catherine's crew. They'll take out second. Loreto Kirribilli will be third. And then a bit of a battle for fourth, but looks like Roseville will hold on about half a length to take out fourth, or narrowing, but still late challenge from Loreto Normanhurst, but Roseville held off, so Roseville was fourth and Loreto Normanhurst was fifth. So the results of race 3, heat 2 of Division 2 of the Year 9 quads, was won by the crew from Pimble, Poynton, McLaughlin, Eisenhower and Pennington, Cox by Bartrop. Second place went to Orange, Smith, Fletcher, Lloyd, Cox, Shue from St Catherine's. In third place, Loreto Kirribilli, Kovacs, Reeves, Tripp, Edwards and Clarkin was the Cox. Fourth place, Roseville, Han, Wang, Feidler, Wu, Cox by Mason. And in fifth place, Loreto Normanhurst, Dragonudis, Pennington, Lacko, Lander, Cox by Portelli. Next race on the program is race 4, which is heat 1 of the Division 1 of the Year 9 quads. So this is the top rowers from each of the schools competing here today at the IGSA Regatta in the Year 9 division. And we have 6 entries. In lane 2, Tara, Liu, Dalamov, Lee, G and Koi is the Cox. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, Swift, Ras Ika, La, Burrows, Cox by Angwin. In lane 4, Monty St Angelo, Doyle, Darcy, Reed, Walsh, Cox by Ravenstein. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, McBride, Cordaris, Disney, Story, Cox by Ogur. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Liston, Ollenderic, Smith, Sherrard, Innes, Cox by Lynham. And in lane 7, Pimble Ladies, Zinnerborough, Tubenschlag, Murphy, Clifton, Cox by NATO. So again, this is a race over 1,000 metres. Crew's just lining up now for the start. Still idyllic conditions out on the course, very little wind, not too hot. And rowing at this magnificent Sydney International Rowing Regatta Centre. Site for, as many of you know, the site of the 2000 Olympics rowing when Sydney held the Olympics. So crew's on the far side just coming up now to get a line. Once the crews have a line, the crews will be called to attention and then row, and then that's just happened. So the race 4 is now underway. So on the far side, Tara, lane 3, PLC Sydney, lane 4, Monty, lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 6, St Catherine's, and lane 7, Pimble Ladies College. So crews at the moment up to about the 300 metre mark, and we should get timing results at the 500 metre mark as the crews come down towards the grandstand. Again, at this early stage, the Pimble crew in lane 7 appears to be leading quite comfortably, closely followed by St Catherine's, then Canberra Girls Grammar. The far side, PLC Sydney, is doing well. Again, it's the Pimble crew that's built the early lead, just ahead of St Catherine's. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Pimble, a length ahead of St Catherine's, about 2/3 of a length back to Tara, only just ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar, and then PLC Sydney, half a boat length behind Canberra Girls Grammar. Appears that Monty St Angelo does not appear to have started. So 5 crews left in the race. Pimble leading, followed by St Catherine's, then Tara, Canberra Girls Grammar and PLC Sydney. So now come up with about 250 metres to go. St Catherine's looking to challenge Pimble. Tara just dropping back a little bit on the far side. So the 2 leading crews are Pimble and St Catherine's. It'll be a very close battle for 4th place. Remember, only the first 4 crews will go through to the final of the Year 9 First Division quads. So Pimble just holding off St Catherine's. St Catherine's challenging. Very close race for 3rd. PLC Sydney seems to have dropped back a little bit, so at this stage they would be the crew that would be eliminated. But Pimble putting there in a surge now and will appear at this stage comfortably hold off the challenge from St Catherine's. So it's the Pimble crew of Kinniber, Tubenschlag, Murphy, Clifton and NATO. Cox will cross the line in 1st place in race 4. 2/3 of a length ahead of the St Catherine's crew. 3rd place, very close finish, but it will go to the Canberra Girls Grammar crew just ahead of the Tara School, and a little further back, only about a boat length back to PLC Sydney. So the results of race 4, it was won by Pimble Ladies, second, St Catherine's, third, Camper Girls Grammar, fourth, Tara, and fifth place, PLC Sydney. We now move to Heat 2 of Division 1 of the Year 9 quads. There has been a scratching. Roseville has been scratched, so there are 4 crews remaining. Maybe that only the first 3 will go through to the final, but that'll be a matter for the Regatta officials. So in lane 3 we have Loretto Normanhurst, Gill, Smith, Dooley, Ogilvie, Cox by Simon. In lane 5, Queenwood, Scalina, Fanga, Anuku, McWilliam and Hayes, Cox by Home. And in lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli, Mansfield, Kevin, Rose, Crino, Cox by Olsnicki. And in lane 7, MLC, Way, Keast, Cathanas, Warrisitavan and Abernethy. So there are 4 crews racing in race 5. Just coming down the course now, and at this stage of the race, Loretto Kirribilli is doing very well. And they're rowing in lane 6. Then in second place at this stage is would appear the crew from Queenwood. Then the crew from Loretto Normanhurst and MLC a little further back in 4th place. So the crews would have gone through the 500 metre mark now. And as they come up with about 300 metres to go, Loretto Kirribilli still in the lead, but about a length ahead of the crew from Queenwood. Then on the far side in 3rd place, Loretto Normanhurst. And then close to the grandstand in 4th place is MLC. So it's the crew of Mansfield, Kevin, Rose, Crino and Olsnicki is coxing from Loretto Kirribilli in the lead. Being pressed by the crew from Queenwood, Scalina, Fangai, Anuku, McWilliam and Hayes. Cox by Home. But Loretto Kirribilli looks like they will hold that lead and will this stage in prime position in race 5, which is Heat 2 of Division 1 of the Year 9 quads. Just coming up now with about 80 metres to go. Queenwood pushing though, and pushing hard. Challenging Kirribilli for that coveted first spot in the heat. And actually rowing through Kirribilli, it would appear at this stage. A very strong finish from the Queenwood crew. Getting good timing, getting good boat length with each stroke. Kirribilli pushing back, but I think Queenwood have them, and Queenwood will cross the line about half a boat length ahead of the Kirribilli crew. So a very nice finish from the Queenwood crew. Kirribilli in second. 3rd place will go to Loretto Normanhurst, and 4th place to MLC, just coming up with about 90 metres to go. So the results of race 5, Heat 2 of Division 1 of the Year 9 quads. It was won by Queenwood, 2nd place Loretto Kirribilli, 3rd Loretto Normanhurst, and MLC will take out 4th place. And the MLC crew just crossing the line now. That's the crew of Way, Keast, Cathanas, Wassertran and Abernethy. The next race on the program is the final of the schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, and that will be rowed over 2,000 metres, so the race will commence at the far end of the lake. The previous races have been over 1,000 metres. So when the girls move up to Year 10 and senior rowing, their distance increases to 2,000 metres, which is the Olympic rowing distance. And we've had 2 scratchings, so there are 4 crews remaining. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies number 1 crew, Khan, Murphy, Bilney, Hart, Cox by Solomons. In lane 4, Roseville, Coonan, Bokosian, Baird, Rye, Cox by Lawrence. In lane 5, Roto Kuberty number 1 crew, Roberts, Shell, Donahue, Arens, and Bruce is the Cox. And the Kirribilli number 2 crew in lane 7, McCloskey, Schuster, Felinsky, Stevenson, Cox by Karamanian. So looking at the screen now, you can see the 4s coming into position. 4s, it's 4 rowers a Cox and a single oar, known as a sweep oar for each of the rowers in the 4s. And that's to be distinguished from quads, which each rower has 2 sculling blades. And for schoolgirl rowing, a Cox. Some of the Coxes you can see from the screen are sitting in the bow of the boats. That gives them better vision for the race, but doesn't give them quite the opportunity to monitor the pace of the boat and communicate with the stroke. So often for the very junior crews, the schools will prefer to have the Cox sitting in the stern, but for the more senior crews with greater experience, often a bow-coxed 4 or a bow-coxed quad is a preferable boat. So crews ready for race 6, which is the schoolgirl Year 10 final. I was just doing final small adjustments, waiting for the buzzer, which will indicate the start of the race. The 2 Loreto Kirribilli crews in the distinctive blue and white yellow suities closest to the camera, so they're closest to this side of the course. A little further across is the Roseville crew and then the Pymble crew. Pymble with the red, white and blue diamonds on their zooties. Kirribilli with the very distinctive yellow blades. That's the end of the oar that's in the water. Girls want to make sure they don't have their oars too dug deeply, but they're also sufficiently deep that they will get full purchase on their first stroke. Just final preparations now for the start of race 6. Starter will call them to attention. And the girls will tense up, hold oars with both hands, ready for the start. The starter just looking across now at the 4 crews. He or she sits in a tower behind the boats. Boats being held by boat holders, which keeps them headed straight down the course. And they're off. So clean start from all 4 crews. Just going through their starting sequence. Typically a 3/4 stroke, then a half stroke, perhaps another half stroke, then a 3/4 stroke, and then a full stroke, and then they move into their race rhythm as they come down the course. Start very important for boats. It's very hard to get a boat moving from a stationary position to race speed as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. But these girls, now in their probably 3rd year of rowing, have had many starts, and it was a very smooth start from all 4 crews. So on the far side in lane 3, the Pymble Ladies crew of Khan, Murphy, Bilney, Hart, Cox by Solomons. In lane 4, Roseville, Coonan, Boghosian, Baird, Rye, Cox by Lawrence. In lane 5, Roto Kuberly number 1 crew, Roberts, Shield, Donahue, Arends and Bruce. And in is the Cox, and in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, Roto Kuberly number 2 crew, McCloskey, Schuster, Felinsky, Stevenson, Cox by Karamanian. So a nice shot looking down the course at the 2 Roto Kuberly crews. And now scanning across to the Roseville crew and the Pymble crew out in lane 3, who's rowing very well at this stage of the race. So the girls just coming up now to the 500 metre mark, and it's a very close race. Pymble just a canvas ahead of the Roto Kuberly number 1 crew. Those 2 boats well clear of the balance of the field. Then in 3rd place is the Roseville crew, again just about a canvas ahead of the Roto Kuberly number 2 crew. Number of schools now concentrating very much on sweep rowing for Year 10 girls. In the past, Year 10 girls would row in quad sculls and would only start sweep rowing in their senior years. That's the last 2 years of rowing. But to give girls a greater opportunity to prepare for senior rowing, many schools now have put a lot of emphasis on sweep rowing in Year 10. Now for many years, of course, the boys have always rowed sweep in Year 10, and the GPS schools will row their junior 8s in Year 10, and then they'll have 2 years of senior rowing. Again, ideal rowing conditions as they come down the course. And the next timing will be at the 1,000 metre mark. Pymble crew rowing very nicely, getting good length, good timing, maintaining a steady boat speed, and they've done very well in the second 500 metre of the race. As they come up now to the 1,000 metre mark, and they've built on the lead from Loreto Kirribilli. So they're now boat length ahead of Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew. So Pymble now a full boat length ahead of Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew at the 1,000 metre mark. And then in third place will be the Roseville crew, who have built on their lead slightly from Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, but Loreto Kirribilli 2 crew still holding on to the tail of the Roseville crew. So tight racing for first and tight racing for third at this stage. Girls now moving into the third 500 metres of the race, and that's typically what they call the championship 500. This is the hardest 500 of the race. They've already rowed 1,000. They've got 1,000 to go. And this is the hardest 500 because they know that the last 500 will be a sprint to the finish. This is the toughest part, where the girls really have to build on their energy and their strength and their technique to try to ensure that their strokes are as efficient as possible, and of course that they all go into the water and leave the water together. So as each oar enters the water, that's called the catch, and then at the end of each stroke is the finish, when they have to take the oar out of the water. And of course, once the blade goes in the water, it doesn't move. Rowing works by levering the boat forward with your blade in the water. And if you don't take out the blade cleanly, you catch what all of you will know is called a crab, which means the oar stays where it is, but the boat keeps moving, and you all have experienced, no doubt, the effect that has. And in extreme situations, you can be thrown out of the boat. Anyway, Pymble still out in front, coming up now to the 1,500 metre mark. And now one can see from that angle they've doubled their lead really. They're now 2 lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. So at the 1,500 metre mark it was Pymble 2 lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, and then the other 2 boats have dropped back quite a distance. So generally in a race, the third 500 will really start to separate the crews. So you can now see it's about 5 lengths further back to Roseville in third place. Loreto Kirribilli though, still holding on to Roseville. That's the number 2 crew, still holding on to Roseville. So it may be a very tight finish for third. And of course third gets at the IGSA Regatta a medal, so there's a lot riding on the third place in a final at IGSA. In most regattas, other than the state championships and head of the river, it's only the winning crew that will receive a medal. So Pymble continuing to build on that lead. That's the crew of Khan, Murphy, Bilney, Hart, Cox by Solomons. A good 3 lengths ahead of the crew from Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew. That's Roberts, Shield, Donahue, Arends and Bruce is the Cox. Roseville being challenged, but holding off at this stage the crew from Loreto Kirribilli number 2. So that's the Roseville crew of Coonan, Bokhosian, Baird, Rye, Cox by Lawrence, and the Loreto Kirribilli 2 crew challenging, but at this stage still a little back. In fact, Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew has, I think, moved through, and the Loreto Kirribilli 2 crew is now, I think, in third place. That's McCloskey, Schuster, Felinsky, Stevenson and Karamanian. Roseville just dropping back a little bit after the 1,500 metre mark, but Pymble rowing very nicely, coming up, getting good length still after rowing nearly 2,000 metres, and they cross the line now and take out first place in race 6, the Year 10 4. Loreto Kirribilli now number 1 crew crossing in second place. Still a battle for third, but Loreto Kirribilli appears to be about half a length ahead of Roseville, but it'll be a tight finish coming up to the line. Very tight finish. Stroke for stroke. Kirribilli, Roseville. Roseville may have just pulled back. Kirribilli will just get there, I think. Yes, I think it's Kirribilli just ahead of Roseville, but we'll have to wait for confirmation of that. So certainly first place Pymble, number 1 crew. Second place, Kirribilli number 1 crew. We'll just wait for confirmation of third place. Now, while we're waiting for that confirmation, we then move to, in fact, yes, Regatta Kirribilli, 15/100ths of a second ahead of Roseville. So placings in race 6, Pymble number 1 first, Regatta Kirribilli number 1 second, Regatta Kirribilli number 2 third, and Roseville 4th. Now, looking down the course, we have the schoolgirl year 10-8. There are 4 crews rowing. This now has 8 girls, each with 1 oar, 1 sweep oar, and a cox, and the coxes will sit in the stern of the 8s. And in lane 3, at the far side of the course, Roseville, Smith, Aburn, Robertson, Zhang, Berger, Bestick, Franklin, Kelly, Cox by Marchant, Regatta Kirribilli in lane 4, Loiterton, Dunstan, Cortez, Ronan, Roberts, Fallon, Holt, Wheelerhan, Cox by Warren. In lane 5, MLC, Hudson, Kershaw McDonald, Parker, Zalenga, Beaton, Hendricks, Hugh, Cox by Diang, and St Catherine's in lane 6, Corcoran, Morgan, Lynx, Borthwick, Baldassare, Hennessy, Gaston, Hunstead, Cox by Warnock. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was St Catherine's, half a length ahead of Roseville, a length further back to Regatta Kirribilli, and 2/3 of a length back to MLC. So at the 1,000 metre mark, St Catherine's leading Roseville, then Regatta Kirribilli, then MLC. And St Catherine's have built on that lead now as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark. So St Catherine's closest to the grandstand, clear leaders now. On the far side of the course, Roseville rowing well. A little further ahead, a little further back is Regatta Kirribilli, and then MLC. It's great to see MLC rowing a schoolgirl year 10-8. And gives the girls the opportunity in year 10 to learn and experience the benefit or joys of sweep rowing. Of course, some rowers stay with sculling, but other girls prefer the sweep rowing. Particularly the camaraderie of rowing with 8 girls on a cox. Gives a very great collegiate atmosphere. So St Catherine's continuing to build on that lead. And at the 1,500 metre mark, they were a length and a half ahead of Roseville, who were, in turn were a length and a half ahead of Regatta Kirribilli, and about a length further back to MLC. So MLC holding on to the tail of Regatta Kirribilli at this stage, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to catch the very well drilled St Catherine's crew. That's the crew of Corcoran, Morgan, Lynx, Borthwick, Baldassare, Hennessy, Gaston, Hunstead, Cox by Warnock. So now with 100 metres to go, they've hit the red buoys, so the placings haven't changed. St Catherine's, Roseville, Regatta Kirribilli, and then MLC. St Catherine's relatively recent participants in schoolgirl rowing, but they've built up an incredibly powerful rowing program within a very short period. And in particular, their first 8 has been rowing incredibly well this season, as is their year 10-8. So very strong sweep rowing at St Catherine's this year. And St Catherine's now very well drilled 8. They'll come up now to take out race 7, the schoolgirl year 10-8. Second place to Roseville, crossing the line now. Third place in the very distinctive blue boat from Regatta Kirribilli will take third. And MLC, very competitive race, just a length back, will take out 4th place. So very nice rowing from each of those 4 year 10-8s. This will be their first year of sweep rowing. And by this time of the season, they're all rowing exceptionally well. Just a reminder to all coaches riding bikes, we encourage that, but of course remember you do have to wear a helmet. It's part of the rules for Cirque. All cyclists must wear helmets while they're riding up and down the course. If you could make sure you wear your helmets, that would be much appreciated. So we'll now move to the 1,000-metre racing, or return to 1,000-metre racing, which is the Year 9 single scull, which will be race 8, and then we have the Year 9 double scull, which will be race 9. So the umpire boat's just moving down now to the 1,000-metre mark. There are a number of scratchings in race 8. So we are down to 2 rowers. In lane 3, representing Pimble, Colozo, and in lane 5 from Tara, Cross. So race underway now. So Colozo from Pimble, rowing in lane 3, currently on screen. And then closest to us in lane 5 is Cross from Tara. So Colozo at this stage has established a small lead. But the girls rowing very closely together at this stage. Not much separating either of them. And Cross now, with the last few strokes, building up a length lead from Colozo. So as they cross the 500-metre mark, it was Cross from Tara ahead of Colozo from Pimble. So cross building and continuing to build on that lead. Nice blade work, getting her 2 blades in exactly the same time. Getting good leg drive and maintaining a good course. There's no rudders in the single sculls, so the girls have to make sure that they have even pressure on their bow side and stroke side sculling oars to ensure that their sculls go in a straight line down the middle of the lanes. So cross remains about 2 lengths ahead of Coloso, but Tara ahead of Pimble as they come into the last 100 metres of race 8, which is the final of the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Coloso from Pimble maintaining a good pace as well. She's only just behind, but is not able to eat into that lead that Cross has built up. And barring a disaster, Cross will take out race 8, Year 9 single scull final. Cross just looking across to make sure that she's maintained that 2 or 3 length lead from Coloso. Confirmed now. And Cross crosses the line and wins race 8. A good win for Tara in the Year 9 single scull. And Coloso from Pimble now crosses to take out 2nd place. Next race on the program, just coming down the course, is race 9, which is the final of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. We have a scratching from Canberra Girls Grammar, but otherwise in lane 2, PLC Sydney, Angwin and Gooderick. Lane 3, Tara, Agarwal and Trofa. In lane 4, a second crew from Tara, Lerv and Goy. And in lane 6, Roseville, White and Giles. And in lane 7, MLC, Abernathy and Blake. And it's Abernathy and Blake, closest to the grandstand, that have built a commanding lead with about 400 metres to go. Very strong lead. They're about 6 lengths, 7 lengths ahead of the balance of the field. In 2nd place is the Tara crew. It appears to be the Tara crew in lane 4. That's Lerv and Goy. Then Roseville in 3rd place. That's White and Giles. The far side of the course, the PLC crew of Angwin and Gooderick. And then appears to be the other Tara crew, Agarwal and Trofa, that may have had a gear issue at the balance of the end of the field. But in any event, it's the MLC crew of Abernathy and Blake now coming up to the finish line with about 50 metres to go. Very, very strong lead from the balance of the field. With about 6 strokes to go as they come up to the finish line. 2nd place is the Tara crew. It's actually the lane 4 crew. That's Lerv and Goy. So they're in 2nd place. Battle for 3rd place between the PLC crew of Angwin and Gooderick. And on this side of the course, the Roseville crew of White and Giles. But no doubt about the winner. MLC, Abernathy and Blake, winners of race 9, the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. Congratulations. Now coming up the finish line now is the Tara crew of Lerv and Goy, and they'll take 2nd place. Battle for 3rd, but PLC on the far side seem to be able to hold on. That'll be Angwin and Gooderick. and they will take third place, and in fourth place will go to the Roseville crew of White and Giles. As the PLC crew now crosses the finish line, Angwin and Goodrick. Fourth place will go to Roseville, White and Giles. And the other Tara crew is still on the course. That's the crew of Argawal and Trofa. They may have some gear issues. They've stopped rowing. They've started again. I think the main problem may be steering. They're now taking some strokes together. So let's hope they can get their confidence back and get down on the course and finish the race. The next race on the program is race 10, which is the final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Division 5 Quad Sculls. There are 6 entries. In Queenwood, in lane 2, Keel, Moran, Bennett, Pullinger, Cox by Ben Nayat. In lane 3, Lurto Kirribilli, King, Matic, Hines, Elias, Cox by Macedone. In lane 4, Roseville, Spear, Harris, Jenkins, Ridgely, Cox by Webb. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Pappas, Barry, Sweeney, Ramasandra, Capizio, Cox by Lotfi. In lane 6, Lurto Normanhurst, Freeman, Kellett, Miller, Whitaker, Cox by Chisholm. And in lane 7, St Catherine's, Newing, Bell, Brooks, Rosinas, Cox by Rodopoulos. So that race is underway, just as race 9 is just about to complete. The Tara crew of Argawal and Trofa just coming up now with about 5 strokes to go. And that will complete race 9. So just repeating the results for race 9, was won by MLC from Tara, Leleuve and Goy crew, then PLC Sydney, then 4th place Roseville, then 5th place the Tara crew of Argawal and Trofa. So that completes race 9. Race 10 now past the 500 metre mark. It's the crew from St Catherine's closest to the grandstand that is the race leaders at this stage with about 400 metres to go. Then Roseville's probably in 2nd place, a little further back in 3rd, tight race for 3rd between Lurto Normanhurst and Canberra Girls Grammar. A little further back to Lurto Kirribilli and Queenwood. But St Catherine's still rowing well out in front. That's Newing, Bell, Brooks, Rosinas and Rodopoulos is the Cox. About a length lead over the crew from Roseville. And then, as I said earlier, tight race for 3rd between Canberra Girls Grammar and Lurto Normanhurst. A little further back to Queenwood and Lurto Kirribilli. Roseville, though, now lifting and challenging St Catherine's. Very strong finish from Roseville. Very strong leg drive, getting a lot of strength in their stroke, but the blade work a little untidy. But Roseville appear to have rode through. St Catherine's have had a problem, a crab. St Catherine's have lost all momentum, unfortunately. And Roseville rowing very strongly. There's a crab in the St Catherine's boat. So Roseville now coming up to the finish line, and Roseville have stolen this race. A very strong finish from Roseville. Far side, Queenwood rowing very strongly in the last 500 metres. A very close race for 3rd now between Kirribilli and Normanhurst. But Normanhurst, I think, have just got there. Yes, Normanhurst 3rd, Kirribilli fourth, Camargos Gummer fifth, and St Catherine's, see the bow row unfortunately has lost her stroke side oar, and St Catherine's finish in sixth place. Girls will no doubt learn from this experience, but it is very disheartening to be leading and then to catch a crab, but it's a very easy thing to do, particularly the last couple of hundred metres of the race, the last 100 metres of the race when everybody is trying as hard as they can, and that's when tiredness or technique starts to unfortunately fall away. But the results for race 10, the final of Division 5 of the Year 8 quads, was won by Roseville. Second place went to Queenwood, third place Loreto Normanhurst, fourth place Loreto Kirribilli, fifth place Camargos Gummer, and sixth place St Catherine's. We're just about to move to the presentation for race 6. The presentation will be made by Ms. Ramsey of Tara. So that was won by Pimble Ladies. Second place went to Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, and third place went to Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew. So we're just waiting, I think, for the Loreto Kirribilli crews to come to the podium for the presentation for race 6. While we're waiting for that, race 11 now well and truly underway. The crew from Loreto Normanhurst rowing very well in lane 7, and they're the race leaders at this stage. And then back over to the far side of the course, or in the middle of the course, we have St Catherine's rowing very well, Loreto Kirribilli just behind them, and then next Loreto Kirribilli Queenwood, then a little further back to Loreto Normanhurst, and on the far side Camargos Gummer and PLC Sydney. So they come up now with about 250 metres to go. Loreto Kirribilli challenging St Catherine's for second place, but Loreto Normanhurst comfortably in the lead. Very nice row from Loreto Normanhurst. That's the crew of Naden, Prentice, Bornstein, Towney and IGSA. And then very close finish now for second. Each of Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's and Queenwood pushing hard. Loreto Kirribilli coming through, might even be up to challenging Loreto Normanhurst, but Loreto Normanhurst holding them off. So it's Normanhurst, Kirribilli, Queenwood, St Catherine's are the leading four. On the far side we then have Camargos Gummer, and a little further back to Loreto Normanhurst and Pimble. But coming up now the finish line, very tight finish for second. Kirribilli challenging Normanhurst very hard. It's going to be a very tight finish. I think Normanhurst will just hold them off. And Normanhurst, Kirribilli, Normanhurst, Kirribilli, Normanhurst just. Loreto Normanhurst first, Kirribilli second, Queenwood third. Fourth place went to Roseville, St Catherine's. Fifth place to Camargos Gummer. Sixth place will go to Pimble. Unfortunately, another crabber at the end, but she's recovered very quickly. So Pimble will take out sixth place. Tight race for seventh between, on this side, Roseville, and on the far side, PLC. But Roseville will hold PLC off, so Roseville will be seventh and PLC will be eighth. So race 11, the results was won by Loreto Normanhurst just ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. Third place went to Queenwood, fourth place St Catherine's, fifth place Camargos Gummer, sixth Pimble Ladies, seventh Roseville and eighth PLC Sydney. Normanhurst crew 0.42 of a second ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli crew. The presentation now being conducted is for race 9, which was won by the crew from MLC, Abernathy and Blake. Second place was Tara, Leleuve and Goy, and third place was Angwin and Goodrick from PLC Sydney. Medals being presented by Ms. Adele Ramsey from Tara. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 9, the schoolgirl year 9 double scull. While that's taking place, race 12, which is Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, coming down the course. In lane 1, Loretta Normanhurst, Tegg, Edwards, Jones, Germain, Cox by Boone. In lane 2, Queenwood, Hughes, Sharp, Birch. Unfortunately, the pay has been obliterated, so I can't quite read that. Lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Mason, Pantano, Lenfield, Colbrand, Cox by Blacker. Lane 4, Loretta Kirribilli, Roberts, Courtney, Lee, Woodward, Hermans. Lane 5, Pimble, Rogers, Ritchie, Harris, Paris. Lane 6, PLC, Galloway, Boyle, Volandis, Lane and Pereira. Lane 7, Roseville, Ayong, Edmondson, Leo, Castellas, Cox by Edwards. And lane 8, St Catherine's, Brown, Avery, Waters, Aguil, Cunt and Ajaka. But coming out the finish line, it's a very close race between St Catherine's and Kirribilli. St Catherine's just ahead of Kirribilli. So St Catherine's takes out race 12. Just ahead of Loretta Kirribilli. Third place will go to Pimble, again just ahead of Normanhurst. And then we have Queenwood in 5th, Roseville coming up to the finish line now in 6th. And 7th place will go to the PLC Sydney crew. So the winners and place getters for Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8, St Catherine's from Loretta Kirribilli, then Pimble, Ladies College, Loretta Normanhurst, Queenwood, Roseville, then PLC Sydney. The next presentation is for the Year 9 single sculls. That is race 8. That was won by Cross from Tara, and second place went to Colozo from Pimble. Congratulations to Cross and Colozo. Again, I apologise for not having the first names, but the program does not have first names on it. So congratulations, Cross from Tara and Colozo from Pimble. So we now move to race 13 on the program, which is the final of Division 2 of the Year 8 quads. There are 8 entries. In lane 1, representing PLC, Graves, Fool, Lee, Cohen, Cox by Barrett. In lane 2, Pimble, Zhu, Lake Hughes, Zhang, Jones, Cox by Hutton. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Dale, Hall, Owen, Grenfell, Cox by Collins. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Griffin, Jamison, Hawthorne, Jarman, Love, Rafili is the Cox. Queenwood in lane 5, Walk, Francis, Hinton, Gillies, Cox by Yardley. In lane 6, Roseville, Zhang, Von Arnhem, Foster, Ryan, Cox by Rolleston. In lane 7, Loretta Kirribilli, Squire, Mutton, Psychogius, Bartlam, Cox by Stevenson. And lane 8, Loretta Normanhurst, Meek, Matthews, Moore, Yaman, Cox by Burgoyne. So just correcting a crew announcement for Kirribilli, the Cox is Johnston, not Stevenson today. So the race underway now. So that's race 13, Division 2 of the Year 8 quads. Ruro Kubilli at this stage doing well, as are Canberra Girls Grammar and Pymble. So as they move through and come up now to the 500 metre mark, Ruro Kubilli appears to be the race leaders. Second place, probably at this stage, is Pymble, just ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. A little further back to St Catherine's, then Queenwood, Regatta Normanhurst, and on the far side, PLC Sydney. But finishing very strongly is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine's that appear to have pulled ahead of Ruro Kubilli now. In fourth place is the crew from Queenwood. A little further back to fifth place is Roseville. Sixth place is Regatta Normanhurst, on the far side PLC Sydney. But Canberra Girls Grammar finishing very strongly. That's the crew of Dale, Hall, Owen, Grenfell, Cox by Collins. And they've now got a length lead over the crew from St Catherine's. That's the crew of Griffin, Jamison, Hawthorne, Jarman, Love, Cox by Rufili. And Canberra Girls Grammar crosses the line in first place, a length ahead of St Catherine's. Third place will go to Ruro Kubilli. Fourth place, finishing strongly, but out of the medals, Queenwood. Fifth place will go to Roseville in the middle of the course. Sixth place will be Regatta Normanhurst, and seventh will be PLC Sydney, although PLC Sydney challenging Regatta Normanhurst now for that sixth place. And PLC Sydney appear to have caught Regatta Normanhurst, and it will be PLC Sydney who will take out sixth place and Regatta Normanhurst in seventh. We now move to the presentation for the Year 10 fours. Presentation by Ms. Ramsey. In third place, the Ruro Kubilli number 2 crew. McCloskey, Schuster, Falinsky, Stevenson, Cox by Karamanian. In second place, the Ruro Kubilli number 1 crew of Roberts, Shield, Donahue, Arends, and Bruce. And in first place, the crew from Roseville. Sorry, the first place, the crew from Pymble. That's Khan, Murphy, Bilney, Hart, and Cox by Solomons. So we've done the presentations for third place. We're now moving to the presentations for second place. And while that's happening, we move to race 14, which is Division 1 of the Year 8 quads. That's the final. We've got 9 entries. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1. Biddington, Griffin, Tran, Tubbenslag, Cox by Auger. Lane 2, Pymble, Elliott, Landgrab, Wyatt, Gaydon, Cox by Wang. In lane 3, Roseville, Phillips, Pappas, Fassis, Ben, Cox by Ridgely. In lane 4, Normanhurst, Ward, Hare, Bensley, Mullins, Cox by LeVay. In lane 5, Tara, Maharajan, Yang, Macheto, Oddbert, Cox by Wickramarika. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Morgan, Copland, Innes, Walsman, Cox by Carr. In lane 7, Queenwood, Lyne, Hurley, Grimmond, Ramsey, Cox by Fallon. In lane 8, PLC, Leisha, Miller, Moore, Askew, Cox by Kinlerside. In lane 9, Lero Kirbilly, Massara, Bailey, Brooks, McCloskey, Cox by Rose. So they've gone through the 500 metre mark. There are about 400 metres to go. On this side of the course, rowing very nicely, is Lero Kirbilly. Then in the middle of the course, we have pushing very strongly to the crew from St Catherine's. And on the far side, doing very well, is Pymble Ladies College, who are probably the race leaders at this stage. So it's Pymble, about 2 lengths ahead of, behind them is Roseville. On the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar, so that's one group of 3. Then moving towards the middle of the course, we've got St Catherine's leading a group of Queenwood, and then on this side of the course, closest to the grandstand, Lero Kirbilly. But Pymble rowing very nicely out in front. It'll be a very tight race for second between Kirribilli looking across now, unfortunately looking across too much, but Pymble will take out first place. A very nice row from Pymble. Second place will go to St Catherine's. Third place will go to, I think that's Normanhurst. No, third place will go to Roseville. Fourth place goes to Lero Kirribilli. Then very tight between Canberra Girls Grammar, Queenwood and Lero Normanhurst for 5th place, and 8th place will go to PLC Sydney. And 9th will go to the crew from Tara. So just waiting on a photo to separate Queenwood, Canberra Girls Grammar and Lero Normanhurst. So race 14, which is the Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 quads. It was won by Pymble Ladies, 2nd St Catherine's, 3rd Roseville, 4th Lero Kirribilli, 5th went to Canberra Girls Grammar. The photo has now been looked at. 6th place went to Queenwood. 7th went to Lero Normanhurst. Lero Normanhurst was 0.06, so 6/100ths of a second behind Queenwood. 8th place went to PLC Sydney, and 9th place went to Tara. We now move back to the 2,000 metre mark, which is race 15, which is the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. There have been a number of scratchings, but we're left with, in lane 2, Hay from Winona, Benfield from Winona in lane 3, Stevenson from Winona in lane 5, Hitchens from Ascombe in lane 7, and Karutsis from Tara in lane 8. That's race 15, which is the next race on the program. That's will be rowed over 2,000 metres. The next presentation will be for race 7, which is the schoolgirl year 10 8. That was won by St Catherine's. Roseville was second and Loretto Kirribilli was third. So we're looking for St Catherine's, Roseville and Loretto Kirribilli, not Loretto Normanhurst. So the final of the race 15, the scullers are in starters' hands, being held by the boat holders, start of the 2,000 metre race. So again, the medals being presented by Ms. Adele Ramsey from Tara. This is for race 7, the schoolgirl year 10 8. So in third place, Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Loiterton, Dunstan, Cortez, Ronan, Roberts, Fallon, Holt, Wheelahan, Cox by Warren. Congratulations, Loretto Kirribilli, third place in the schoolgirl year 10 8. We now move to second place. Representing Roseville College, Smith, Airborne, Robertson, Zhang, Berger, Bestick, Franklin, Kelly, Cox by Marchant. Congratulations, Roseville. Silver medals in the schoolgirl year 10 8. And now we move to the winners of race 7, the schoolgirl year 10 8, St Catherine's, represented by Corcoran, Morgan, Lynx, Borthwick, Baldassare, Hennessy, Gaston, Hansted, Cox by Warnock. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 7, schoolgirl year 10-8. Yep. Yep. Just while we have the photograph taken, congratulations again, girls. Winner and place getters in race 7, year 10-8. Won by St Catherine's. Second, Roseville. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. The next presentation is for race 1, division 6 of the year 8 quads. That was won by St Catherine's. Second, Loreto Kirribilli. And third, the second St Catherine's crew. Medals being presented by Ms. Lisa Maloney from MLC. Sorry, it's still Adele Ramsey. So the third place, the St Catherine's crew, Rebecca Chia, Carr, Brown, and Jones, Cox by Carvin. Congratulations, St Catherine's number 2 crew, bronze medalists in Division 6 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. In second place, representing Loreto Kirribilli, the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew of Fisk, Westaway, Haysham, Batar, and Cox by Wood. And the winners of race 1, representing St Catherine's, Jack, Harris, Mendes, Cornwall, Cox by Howes. So in the Year 10 single scull, which is coming down the course now, that's race 15, at the 1500 metre mark, it was being led by a very strong lead from Chloe Hutchins, from Sophia Stevenson. Mariah Karutsis was third, fourth place was Sophie Hay, and fifth place was Chloe Benfield. So please join me otherwise in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 1, Division 6 of the Year 8 quads. Congratulations, girls. So Chloe Hitchens from Ascombe leading very strongly in race 15. That's the Year 10 single sculls. About a 10-length lead on the balance of the field, which is Sophia Stevenson from Winona, then Mariah Karutsis from Tara, Sophie Hay from Winona, and Chloe Benfield from Winona. And they're now coming up to the 1500 metre mark of their 2000 metre race. That's race 15, the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. So just coming to the finish line now in the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, the distinctive cherry red from Ascombe. Chloe Hitchens crosses the line, takes out race 15. Congratulations to Chloe, a very dominant performance in the single scull. Very experienced single sculler, and she certainly demonstrated that today. Second place is the sculler from, checking the bow number, and she doesn't have a bow number, but I think that is the sculler Stevenson from Winona. It's important that all rowers, when they're on the course, have bow numbers. A number of girls out there rowing without bow numbers. They seem to be the two Winona rowers. But Stevenson from Winona now coming up to the finish line, and she will take out second place. She's rowing from lane 5. Then on this side of the course, in a very distinctive bow number from Tara, is Karoutsos, and she will come third, just ahead of the other Winona sculler, appears to be in lane 2 or 3. I think it's by deduction, because lane 3 doesn't have a bow number. That is lane 2, so that's Hay is in 4th place from Winona, and 5th place will go to Benfield from Winona, and she's coming down the course and will complete her race shortly. The next presentation is for race 4, which is, sorry, I'll just repeat that. The next presentation is race 11, which is Division 4 of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. That was won by Loretto Normanhurst, just ahead of Loretto Kirribilli, and third place went to Queenwood. The girls just organising themselves in the correct order. So in third place, representing Queenwood, Garland. Ashbolt. Rolls. Russell. Coxed by Allen. Medals being presented by Lisa Maloney from MLC. In second place, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Hunter. Robertson. Dixon. Trip Smith. Coxed by McCarthy. The silver medalists in race 11, Division 4 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. And the winners, Loretto Normanhurst, Naden, Prentice, Bornstein, Towney, Cox by IGSA. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 11, Division 4 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. Well done, girls. Now, just coming up to the closing stages of the Year 10 double. And coming up to the finish line now is the crew from MLC. That's Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell. A very nice row from the MLC crew, well ahead of Tara, Malaika Hussain and Gemma Waterhouse. A little further back then to Loretto Kirribilli, Nellie McCarahan and Innes McGrath. So the winners of race 16, the MLC school, Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell. Next presentation is race 12, which is the Year 8 Division 3. And that was won by the crew from St Catherine's. In second place, Pimble. In third place, second place was Pimble, yes. So I'm confusing myself. Third place was Pimble, second place was Loreto Kirribilli, and first place was St Catherine's. So the Pimble crew, Rogers, Ritchie, Harris and Paris, Cox by Lee. Second place, silver medalist, Loreto Kirribilli, Roberts, Courtney, Lee, Woodward, Cox by Hermans. Just being presented with their medals now. And in first place, St Catherine's. While we wait for St Catherine's, just crossing the finish line now in race 16. In third place, Loreto Kirribilli. That's the crew of Nellie McCarahan and Innes McGrath. So returning now to St Catherine's. Winners of race 12, Brown, Avery, Waters, Aguil, Content, and Ajaka is the Cox. The winners of race 12, Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. Congratulations, winners and place getters in race 12, Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. St Catherine's gold medalists, Pimble, bronze, and Loreto Kirribilli, silver. Next presentation will be for race 13, Division 2 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. That was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. Second place, St Catherine's. Third place, Loreto Kirribilli. And looking down the course, we now have coming in fourth place in race 16, the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Just about to cross the line now. In fourth place is the crew from Tara, that's the Way Badman combination. So returning to the presentations for race 13, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Squire, Mutton, Psychogius, Bartlam, Cox by Johnston. In second place, silver medalists, St Catherine's, Griffin, Jamison, Hawthorne Jarman, Love, Cox by Roofley. And in first place, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Dale, Hall, Owen, Grenfell, and Cox by Collins. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 13, Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, gold medalists Canberra Girls Grammar, silver St Catherine's, bronze Loreto Kirribilli. Well done, girls. So now we're on the course itself. We now return to 1,000 metre rowing. The next series of races are the finals of the schoolgirl Year 9 quad races. First will be Division 5. Representing Queenwood in lane 2, Chang, McNee, Jolly Pool, Gassman and Rolls is the Cox. In lane 3, Pimble, Clement, Kapoor, Lakani, Boyce, Cox by Lau. In lane 4, Lotto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Mather, Cadwallader, Robertson, Elias, Cox is Russell. We now move to a presentation for yesterday's regatta. That was the King's PLC regatta, and that the winners of the overall point score at the PLC regatta yesterday were Lotto Kirribilli. And Lotto Kirribilli boat captains are now being presented with the trophy for highest point score at the PLC regatta that was held yesterday at Cirque. Congratulations to Lotto Kirribilli. So we then have returning to race 17, we've got the Queenwood number 3 crew, Manoni, Ben Hannett, Yardley, Allen, Cox by Moran. Queenwood number 2 crew in lane 6, Talbot Stern, Verheyen, Cassidy, Tumbers, Cox by McGlone. In lane 7, St Catherine's, Vinnell, Matheson, Clune, Crabb, Cox by Knowles. And lane 8, Lotto Kirribilli, Cubis, Campbell, Cadman and Saunders, Cox by Merrick. That's race 17, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. So race well and truly underway. On this side of the course in lane 8, Lotto Kirribilli doing well, and then across on the far side in lane 2 or 3 is it, is the crew from Queenwood. So it's between Lotto Kirribilli on this side and Queenwood on the far side, and then a very tight race for third between Pimble on the far side and on this side of the course, the another Pimble crew. Oh, I'm sorry, St Catherine's. But Pimble now building on a very good start, but it's Queenwood rowing very nicely out in front. Queenwood building on their lead, Lotto Kirribilli in second place, then back to Pimble, St Catherine's, and then a little further back to the other Queenwood crews. But Queenwood with 3 entries in this race, showing the depth of their Year 9 program, and certainly their number 1 crew of Chang, McNee, Jolly Paul, Gassman, Cox by Rolls, certainly now built a very commanding lead on the balance of the field. And they're coming up now with only 50 metres to go. So the Queenwood number 1 crew will take out race 17. Chang, McNee, Jolly Paul, Gassman and Rolls. In second place, comfortable second at this stage, Lotto Kirribilli. That's the number 1 crew of Cubis, Campbell, Cadman, Saunders and Merrick. Third place will go to the Pimble crew, although being challenged by St Catherine's. So they come up with only 50 metres to go. Pimble had a slight hesitation, but they've now got back together. So Pimble will hold on to take out third place. Fourth place will go to St Catherine's. Fifth place will go to the Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew, crossing the line now. And then the 2 Queenwood crews in lane 5 and lane 6, in reverse order, will take out 5th and 6th place. So the race 17 was won by Queenwood number 1 crew, second went to Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew, third to Pimble, fourth St Catherine's, fifth Loretto Kirribilli, sixth Queenwood number 2 crew, and seventh the Queenwood number 3 crew. That's the results of race 17. Next race on the program is race 18, which is Division 4 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. There are 6 entries in lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Allen, Congahage, Williamson Bell, Ryan and Tava is the Cox. In lane 3, Tara, Sihatono, Walker, Tewo, Singh, Cross is the Cox. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Villeneuve, Steed, Alafaki, McGregor, coxed by Lepinus. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli, Warburton, Fallowfield, Chiswick, Dia Giovanni, Caramanian. In lane 6, Pimble, Ferraria, England, Mitchell, Norton, coxed by Vailman. In lane 7, Queenwood, Hood, Hannah, King, Calbetza, coxed by Calverley. That's race 18, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Sculls. Crew's just waiting for a start and they're off now. So coming down the course, 1,000 metres to go. So we're having a presentation. We haven't been told who it was. Please, if those doing the presentations could let the town know what the presentations are, we're then able to announce them. So the crew's coming down the course now in race 18. And again, on this side of the course, it seems to be a favoured lane. Queenwood doing very well. They're leading the field from Pimble. A little further back to Loretto Kirribilli, then St Catherine's, Canberra Girls Grammar, and a little further back to them is Tara. But Queenwood, again, showing their strength in the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull divisions. About a length ahead of Pimble, in turn a length ahead of Loretto Kirribilli, then length back to St Catherine's, and a couple of lengths to to Canberra Girls Grammar, and then about 3 or 4 lengths back to Tara. So it's a crew of Hood, Hannah, King, and Calbetza, coxed by Calverley from Queenwood in the lead. From Pimble, Ferrara, England, Mitchell, Norton, coxed by Vailman, and in third place, Kirribilli, Warburton, Fallowfield, Chiswick, Dia Giovanni, and Caramanian is the Cox. They're the 3 leading boats at this stage as we get to the closing stages of race 18. All 3 leading crews finishing strongly, but there won't be any change to the positions, barring a significant mishap. It's Queenwood now, maintaining their composure, making sure their legs get driven down very hard to ensure that they continue to get the run on the boat as they cross the line now. So Pimble, winners of race 18. Second place will go to Pimble, and third place to Loretto Kirribilli, who now cross the line. A little further back to St Catherine's, who'll take 4th place. And the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar will be 5th, and Tara will be 6th place. So race 18 was won by Queenwood, Hood, Hannah, King, Calbatza, Calverley. Second, Pymble, Ferraria, England, Mitchell, Norton and Valeman. Third, Loretto Kirbilly, Warburton, Fallowfield, Chiswick, Di Giovanni, Caramanian. Fourth, St Catherine's, Villeneuve, Steed, Alafeki, McGregor, Cox by Lapunas. Fifth, Cabergirls Gummer, Allen, Congage, Williamson Bell, Ryan and Tava. And sixth, Tara, Sahantno, Walker, Taiwo, Singh and Cross. Next race is race 19, which is the final of the Division 3 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. And the next presentation, just coming down the dais now, is Division 1 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, which is race number 14. And that was won by Pymble Ladies. Second place went to St Catherine's and third place Roseville. So third place, Roseville, represented by Philippes, Pappas, Fassos, Ben, coxed by Ridgely, and in second place, St Catherine's, represented by Morgan, Copland, Innes, Walsman, Cox by Carr, and the winners from Pymble, represented by Elliott, Landgrab, Wyatt, Gaydon, Cox by Wang, and they're the winners of the Year 8 trophy. Congratulations. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 14, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, gold medalist Pymble, silver medalist St Catherine's and bronze medal Roseville. Congratulations. Now, just finishing off the last stages of Division 3. Very tight race now between Queenwood and Pymble. A little further back to PLC. A little further back to Loretto Kirbilly. But Pymble just driving through the last stages of the race. Queenwood pushing back. It's going to be very close between Queenwood and Pymble. Loretto Kirbilly only a length further behind them. So they come up the finish line now. Very tight race for first here. Pymble just ahead perhaps, but Queenwood hasn't given up. Queenwood pushing harder. 40, 50 metres to go, but Pymble will probably just hold them. If they come, Pymble Cox looking across, but Pymble will just get there. So Pymble actually ultimately a good canvas. Pymble 1, Queenwood 2, Kirribilli 3. Close finish, but Pymble held them off. On the far side, it'll be St Catherine's now crossing the line in fourth place. Fifth place will go to Tara. And then a little further back on the far side will be Loretto Normanhurst, will take out sixth. Canberra Girls Grammar will be seventh. And PLC Sydney will be eighth. So results of race 19, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. It was won by Pymble, second place Queenwood, third place Loretto Kirribilli, and then followed St Catherine's, Tara, Loretto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar and PLC Sydney. The next race is the final of the Year 9 second Quad Sculls. And the finalists are in lane 2, Roseville. In lane 3, PLC Sydney. Lane 4, St Catharines. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Gummer. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies. Lane 7, Queenwood. Lane 8, Lurto Kirribilli. And lane 9, Monty St Angelo. The next presentation is for the Year 10 single sculls. That's race 15. That was won by Chloe Hitchens from Askham. Second place went to Stevenson from Winona, and third place to Karutzis of Tara. So presentation for race 15, schoolgirl Year 10 single sculls. Again, the presentations made by Lisa Maloney from MLC. So third place, representing Tara, Karutzos. Second place, representing Winona, Stevenson. And first place to Chloe Hitchens from Askham. Congratulations, winner and place getters in race 15, schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Well done, girls. As we get to the 500 metre mark and beyond of race 20, which is the final of the Year 9 Cox Quad sculls. It's the crews in the middle of the course that are doing well. In particular, a dominant row at the moment from the crew from Pymble. That's the crew of Poynton, McLaughlin, Eisenhower, Pennington and Cox by Bartrop. So we're just finishing off this. Pymble in the lead. In second place is the crew from Lurto Kirribilli, running very nicely as well. That's the crew of Mansfield, Kevin, Rose, Crino and Old Snicky is the Cox. They came second in their heat today, but much stronger row in the final. And Pymble, though, dominant row from Pymble, and they will win race 20. Final of the second division of the Year 9 quads. Second place goes to Lurto Kirribilli, being challenged by Canberra Girls Gummer, but will hold on to the second place. So silver medal will go to Lurto Kirribilli. Third place will go to Canberra Girls Gummer. Fourth place to St Catharines. Fifth place to Queenwood. Then sixth place will go to PLC Sydney. Seventh, though being challenged, but I think they'll hold on, is the crew from Roseville. And then eighth will go to Monty St Angelo. So well done. Race 20 was won by Pymble Ladies College. Second place went to Lurto Kirribilli. Third place to Canberra Girls Gummer. We now move to the next presentation, which is for race 16, Year 10 double scull. That was won by MLC. Second place went to Tara and third place to Lurto Kirribilli. So third place, Lurto Kirribilli, represented by McCarahan and McGrath. Just getting the medals now. Second place, representing Tara, Hussain and Waterhouse. And the winners of race 16, the Year 10 double scull, representing the MLC school, Denton and Winnell. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 16, the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Congratulations, girls. The next race on the program, coming down the course shortly, and in fact it has started, is race 21, the final of Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 9 quad sculls. Crews reasonably well lined up across the course, looking down the course. Not much in it at this stage at the 500 metre mark. All crews still in contention. And the finalists are in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli, lane 5, Pymble Ladies, in lane 6, Queenwood, in lane 7, St Catherine's, in lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst, and lane 9, Tara. So these are the finalists in the Year 9 First Division of the Quad Sculls. So in the middle of the course, it's the crew from Queenwood that's doing very well, as is Pymble. A little further back to Loretto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammar. And on this side of the course, Loretto Normanhurst and Tara. But Pymble rowing very strongly out in front from Queenwood. Pymble, Queenwood, then St Catherine's, the top 3 at this stage. Tight for 4th between, on this side of the course, Tara. A little further back to Loretto Kirribilli. Loretto Normanhurst a little bit further back from them. And on the far side, rowing well, is Canberra Girls Grammar. But it's Pymble, Queenwood, St Catherine's in the top 3 still. And then on this side of the course, the crew from Tara is doing very well. Kirribilli, though, pushing back for the 4th place in the middle, but closely being matched on the far side of them by the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. But Pymble coming up to the finish line now, a length and a half ahead of Queenwood. So it'll be Pymble 1, Queenwood 2, St Catherine's 3, then Canberra Girls Grammar just ahead of Kirribilli. 6th place will go to Loretto Normanhurst. Oh, Tara was 6th, I'm sorry. It might have been just underneath me. So that Tara was 6th. So the final results of race 21 was won by Pymble, then Queenwood, St Catherine's, top 3 place getters. Then Canberra Girls Grammar was 4th, Loretto Kirribilli 5th, Tara 6th, and Loretto Normanhurst 7th. Right. So the next race, the medals are being presented, we understand, for race 10. We'll be told if that's not correct. So race 10, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. That was won by Roseville. 2nd place went to... No, it can't be that race. It's definitely not that race. We're just clarifying the race. It's a race where Pymble came 3rd. I suspect it's race 12. Okay, so it's race 17, which is Division 5 of the Year 9 Quads. Was won by Queenwood. 2nd place went to Loretto Kirribilli and 3rd place went to Pymble. So the medals now being presented to the bronze medalists. That's representing Pymble Ladies College. Clement, Kapoor, Lakani, Boyce, coxed by Lau. And then we move to the silver medalists, representing Loreto Kirribilli. The Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew in this division: Cubis, Campbell, Cadman, Saunders, and coxed by Merrick. And now we move to the winners of race 17, representing Queenwood: Chang, McNee, Jolly Pool, Gassman, coxed by Rolls. So please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters of race 17. Division 5 with the schoolgirl Year 9 Coxsworth Skull, gold medalist Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli silver medalists, and Pymble bronze medalists. Well done, girls. The next race on the program is race 22, which is the schoolgirl para single scull, and that is rowed over 500 metres. And today we have one entry, Ozen from PLC Sydney. And that's Pellin, Ozen, PLC Sydney. PLC have got a very strong para rowing program, which is wonderful for the girls to give them the opportunity to compete at regattas with a slightly adjusted boat, and they row over typically shorter distances. It gives all girls the opportunity to participate in this wonderful sport of rowing. So she's just coming down the course now. Now the umpire boat is there to help with course correction. And they're able to give her directions as to which blade she should be putting more pressure on to ensure that she can row as straight a course as she can. So just adjusting the course now, tapping on her stroke side oar or blade, lining herself up, and now she'll be rowing again. So she's only got about 80 metres to go. taking short strokes, but now getting the timing right, getting the steering right, and she'll cross the line very shortly. Very nice finish from Pellin as she's coming up to the finish line. Lots of encouragement from the umpire's boat. Just has about another 6 strokes and she'll be there. So just coming up to the finish line now. Trying to keep as much pressure, even pressure on both sides, and crosses the finish line now. Congratulations, Pellin. And she will be the winner of race 23, the schoolgirl year 8. Sorry, Pellin will be the winner of race 22, the schoolgirl para single scull over 500 metres. Congratulations to Pellin. Pellin Ozen, winner of race 22. The next race on the program is race 23, which is the schoolgirl year 8 single scull, and there are 2 entries. Heidi Heap from Winona and Ingzi Dive from Askham. The next race is for Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. It was won by Pimble. Second place went to Reto Kirribilli and third place to Canberra Girls Grammar. Reto Kirribilli choosing a separate entrance, but have now joined us. Just make sure they stand on the right side. Yes, they've worked it out now. So in race 20, the bronze medalists representing Canberra Girls Grammar. McBride, Kadaris, Disney. I'm sorry, that's Division 2. So that is Baisby, Bush, Wang, Tava, Cox by Collins. And then the silver medalists representing Reto Kirribilli, Kovacs, Reeves, Tripp, Edwards, Cox by Clarkin, and the winners representing Pimble, Ladies College, Poynton, McLaughlin, Eisenhower, Pennington, Cox by Bartrop, please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 20, the final of Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Gold medalist Pimble, silver medalist Reto Kirribilli, bronze medalist Canberra Girls Grammar. The next presentation is for race 18, which is Division 4 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. That was won by Queenwood. Pimble took second place and Reto Kirribilli third. Yeah. So, representing Loreto Kirribilli, bronze medalists, Warburton, Fallowfield, Chiswick, Dia Giovanni, and Karamanian. And the silver medalists, representing Pymble Ladies College, Ferraria, England, Mitchell, Norton, and Vailman. Is the Cox. And the gold medalist representing Queenwood, Hood, Hannah, King, Calbetza, Cox by Calverley. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 18, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls. Right, thanks. Next presentation will be for race 19, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls. And that was won by Pymble Ladies. Second place went to Queenwood and third went to Loreto Kirribilli. But coming down the course now, we have the closing stages of race number 23, the final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Sculls. Two competitors, Heidi Heap and Ingzi Dive. Ingzi Dive from Askham, Heidi Heap from Winona. And it's the Winona sculler, Heidi Heap, who's well in the lead with about 100 metres to go. And she's about 50 metres ahead of Ingzi Dive from Askham. But returning to the presentation dais, in race 19, bronze medalists representing Loreto Kirribilli, Orth, Cooper, Morell, James, and Carney. And I apologise again, we don't have the first names on the program, so I'm not able to give the girls their full names. And silver medalists, Queenwood, represented by Wirral, Fennick, Thompson, Twig, and Cox by Linfelt. And then our gold medalists, representing Pymble Ladies, Simpson, Bazina, Curtis, Sherry, and Cox by Atinga. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 19, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls. Gold medalist Pymble, silver medalist Queenwood, and bronze medalist Loreto Kirribilli. While that was taking place, race 23 concluded with a good win to Heidi Heap from Winona, followed by Ingzi Dive from Askham. Congratulations, Heidi and Ingzi. Race 24 is the next race on the program, and that is the final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Again, that's rowed over 1,000 metres. There have been two scratchings, so we have three crews remaining, representing Tara in lane 3, Love and Track, representing Tara in lane 4, Sivaram and Wijawaramaika, and in lane 7, representing Pimble, Lee and Zhao. The next presentation is for race number 22, which is the schoolgirl para single scull. And that was won by Pelin Ozen from PLC. Congratulations, Pelin. Well done. Well done, Pelin. Winner of race 22, the schoolgirl para single scull. The next presentation is for race 23, the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. That was won by Heidi Heap of Winona, and silver medalist was Ingsi Dive from Askham. Ingsi Dive just coming to the pontoon now. So the presentation now for race 23, the schoolgirl So the presentation for race 23, silver medalist, Ingsi Dive representing Askham, and the gold medalist, Heidi Heap from Winona. Congratulations, Heidi and Ingsi. Winner and place getter in race 23, schoolgirl year 8 single scull. Well done, girls. Crew's just lining up now for the start of race 24, which is the schoolgirl year 8 double scull. As I mentioned earlier, lane 3 we have representing Tara, Love and Track, and in lane 4 representing Tara, Sivaram and Wijawekramaika, and in lane 7 representing Pimble, Lee and Zhao. Starter almost has a line. Boats just lining up now. And once the starter has a line, he'll call the rowers to attention, and then the buzzer will go and they'll be off. Crew's line now. And they are racing. So that's race 24, the schoolgirl year 8 double scull. So like other schoolgirl year 8 races, this race is over 1,000 metres. And getting good shots now, watching the doubles come down the course. And at this early stage of the race, the Pimble crew of Lee and Zhao pulled clear of the 2 Tara crews. The Tara lane 4 crew in second place, and the Tara lane 3 crew in third place. So the Pimble crew of Lee and Zhao built now a commanding lead at the coming up to the 500 metre mark. They're well ahead of the crew from Tara of Sivaram and Wajaya Wikarama. And again, they in turn are a couple of lengths ahead of Love and Track, also from Tara. So although Pimble's in the lead, the Tara crew hasn't lost touch with them. That's the Sivaram Vijaya Wikarama crew. But the crew from of Love and Track from Tara just a little bit further out and probably out of contention at this stage for the top 2 positions. So now with about 400 metres to go, Pimble remains in the lead, about two and a half lengths ahead of Tara, and about another 6-7 lengths back to the second Tara crew of Love and Track. So this is race 24, the schoolgirl year 8 double scull. So conditions still very good for rowing, although no doubt it is heating up. but nothing like what it will be this afternoon if the forecast is correct. So Pymble now continuing to build on that lead. They're now a good 5 or 6 lengths ahead of the second placed Tara School, and then in turn they're well ahead of the third placed Tara School. So the Pymble combination finishing strongly. Making sure their blades go in together to maximise the boat run and they don't check the boat speed. These girls in their first year of rowing are doing very well rowing in doubles. Steering is always an issue for novice rowers, but these girls seem to have conquered that and will be well placed in the few regattas to come, in particular the head of the river, where they'll no doubt be rowing against many other smaller schools that aren't represented today, and all the co-ed schools, of course, who are not part of IGSA. In particular, Kinross Wallaroi, Redlands, Newcastle Grammar, Hunter Valley Grammar, Radford. Head of the river will see a lot more crews competing this event. So the winners of race 24, representing Pymble, Lee and Zhao. Second place will go to the Tara crew of Sivaram and Wijaya Wikrama. And third place, a little further back, but just coming now with about 100 metres to go, will be the Tara crew of Love and Track. The next series of races on the program will be the Year 10 quad sculls, and they're rowed over 2,000 metres. You would have seen earlier many of the schools competing today enter their Year 10 rowers in sweep races. That's single oar races rather than sculls. So the number of crews is down on perhaps previous years. Just as the second Tara crew of Love and Track crossed the line in race 24. So race 24 results: first Pymble ladies, second Tara Sivaram and Wijaya Wikrama, third Tara Love and Track. As we now move back to the 2,000 metre mark for the second division of the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. There are 4 entries, 2 from Regatta Normanhurst, 1 from PLC Sydney and 1 from Pymble Ladies. In lane 3, the Normanhurst number 2 crew, Graham, Cronin, Stratford, Luffman, coxed by Hines. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Barry, Sachs, Collins, Kidd, coxed by Tweedy. In lane 5, Regatta Normanhurst, number 1 crew, Winterton, Everson, LaFace, Ine, coxed by Rigney. And in lane 6, Pymble, Carellis, Hogan, Willits and McDonald, coxed by Calezo. The next presentation will be for race 21, which was the final of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, and that was won by Pymble, Queenwood second and St Catherine's third. So the bronze medalists representing St Catherine's: Liston, Olen Derek Smith, Sherrard, Innes, coxed by Lynham, the silver medalists from Queenwood: Scalina, Fangai Anuku, McWilliam, Hayes, coxed by Home. And the winners from Pymble: Kinniber, Taubenslag, Murphy, Clifton, and coxed by NATO. And the trophy also for the Year 9 quads presented to Pymble. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 21, the final of Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Gold medalists and trophy holders: Pymble, second; silver medalist Queenwood, third; bronze medalist St Catherine's. Well done, girls. We now move to the presentation for race 24, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. A little bit of excitement on the pontoon, but we'll move to that presentation very shortly. So we're just waiting for Pymble. Looks like we're not waiting for Pymble. So I'm not sure what's happening here, but in any event, the Tara scullers receiving medals are Sivaram and Wijaya Wikrama, who came second in the race, and in third place the bronze medalist Love and Track from Tara. So congratulations to the Tara scullers, silver medalists and bronze medalists in race 24. I've just been advised that due to a technical issue in terms of eligibility, Pymble were disqualified or were not eligible for medals. So the winners and place and silver medalists then were both from Tara. So gold medalists went to Sivaram, Vijay Rakema, and the silver medal went to Love and Track from Tara. Now, we're just moving now up to race 25, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, and I'm joined now by Lizzie Chapman for the remainder of the regatta. So you'll have two of us to hear. And in this event, as I mentioned earlier, there are 4 entries. In lane 3, representing Loreto Normanhurst, their second crew, Lily Graham, Matilda Cronin, Anastasia Stratford, Emma Cusack, Alison Boone is the Cox. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Amelia Barry, Isadora Sachs, Emma Collins, Matilda Kidd, Maddie Tweedy is the Cox. And in lane 5, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Chloe Winterton, Bridie Chima, Abigail Rigney, Sadia Ine, Eloise LeVay, and in lane 6, Pimble, Joanna Corellis, Holly Hogan, Ella Willits, Anne McDonald, and Ainia Calezo is the Cox. So Lizzie, you had a very busy day yesterday at the King's PLC Regatta.
We did, yes. There were lots of schools here. There was some fantastic racing, and it wasn't quite as hot as it is today, so I think we all stayed fairly fresh. And lovely to see some of these crews coming back from yesterday's racing and competing today, including some of our girls from Ascombe School, where I'm now involved. A great day of racing here at the Independent Girls Schools Head of Sport Regatta.
Yes, this is the equivalent of the girls' GPS in a way.
Yes.
It doesn't quite get the number of people that watch it, but it is the independent girls' schools, and so therefore we don't, as I mentioned earlier, have the co-ed schools here, such as Kinross, Walleroy, Redlands, Bradford, Undervalley Grammar, and Newcastle Grammar, but they'll all, as I again mentioned earlier, will all be down the bit of the river, so that's when a lot of the smaller events, in particular single sculls and double sculls, will have many more entrants than we have today. And
yes.
Today's a little different to many schoolgirl regattas in that girls can only enter into one race.
That's right, yes. So you've got to do a bit of juggling, and you really have to be fairly strategic about what you enter and why you enter it. And for the bigger schools, of course, that means lots of opportunities for their girls to get out into these quad scull races, of which there are many. We're now on to Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and as we've talked about earlier, when you're in the more senior years, you race a longer distance. So these girls are racing over 2,000 metres, and quite a few of these girls raced yesterday. So in the early part of the race, we had a good showing from Loreto Normanhurst 2 and PLC Sydney in the far lanes. But as the race is progressing, we are seeing Loreto Normanhurst 1 and Pimble Ladies College work through the field and now battling it out against each other. So if you are looking at the big screen here at the course, or if you're joining us on the live stream online, you'll see in front of you now the Pimble Ladies crew from lane 6.
And they're closest, of course, to us at the grandstand.
Yes, so sorry, yes, if you're here at the course, the Pimble Ladies College crew in lane 6. Lane 6 is closest to the towpath and the grandstand. I'm sure, actually, it's not a towpath, is it? That's a hangover from me coming from the old country, isn't it? The cycle path or walking path.
I haven't heard it described as a towpath before, but one learns something new every day.
There we go, from my history of learning to row on rivers where canals got towed along by horses.
Now, there wouldn't be too many tinnies in English rivers.
No, definitely not. No, there would be launches.
And of course, in Victoria, apparently they're called speedies, not tinnies.
Ah, there we go. Not to be confused with speedos.
No, very different.
So Pimble Ladies College still having a real battle with Loreto Normanhurst. The Pimble Ladies College crew is, as we said before, Johanna Carolas, Holly Hogan, Ella Willits, and Anne McDonald. They're Cox. We would love to know how you pronounce her first name. I'm going to guess it's something like Aina Culazzo, but we would love to be corrected on that and know for sure. Certainly doing a great job, and in lane 5 next to them, on screen now the crew from Loreto Normanhurst, and when we talk about rowing crews we talk about the bow person first. So the person on the right, as we're looking at the screen, in the Loreto Normanhurst 1 crew is Chloe Winterton. At 2 is Bridie Chima. At 3, Abigail Rigney. At stroke, Sardia Ane, and Eloise LeVay is their cox. They are coached by Maya Jones. So a good battle. Pymble Ladies College at the halfway mark, 1,000 metres gone, had managed to take a 4-second lead over Loreto Normanhurst 1. And that's just over a length now. So they're just getting clear water. And one of the key things, critical things really, is to try and hold on to that gap. Loreto Normanhurst will be throwing everything in now, doing big pushes and trying to claw back that distance. But Pymble Ladies College, they've got a nice rhythm going there. Their timing is pretty good. And they are swinging along really nicely. You'll see that their cox is watching them. So she's sitting there in the stern of the boat facing them. Some crews at the more senior levels have their cox lying down in the bows. Sitting in 3rd position at the halfway mark, Loreto Normanhurst 2. And again, that crew, Lily Graham, Matilda Cronin, Anastasia Stratford, and the stroke Emma Cusack, coxed by Alison Boone. And in 4th position at the halfway mark, PLC Sydney's Amelia Barry, Isadora Sachs, Emma Collins, and Matilda Kidd, coxed by Maddie Tweedy.
So at the moment we have a number of schools rowing sweep in Year 10 and others rowing sculls.
An astonishingly large amount of sweep rowers in Year 10. Yeah.
Queenwood probably pioneered it, and Loreto Kirribilli has certainly taken it on board, as is St Catherine's. But I think part of the rationale or the thinking is that a lot of girls, unlike boys, don't necessarily row in Year 12, so that in order to give them at least 2 years of sweep rowing, they've introduced it in Year 10. And of course the boys have always rowed in sweep in Year 10, at least at the GPS schools.
Yes.
So and of course Year 8 rowing only started for girls in 2014. So prior to that, girls only started in, at least in terms of events, Year 9, but a lot of schools did enter girls who were Year 8s actually in the Year 9, so that we did have some schools with up to 9 or 10 Year 9 crews, and then they split them into Year 8s and Year 9s.
Right.
Which was a better system, I think. In fact, Loreto Kirribilli one year had 11 Year 9 quads.
Well, I was just thinking back to when I started coaching, which was 1999 at Ascombe, funnily enough, and I definitely was coaching Year 8s back then. So that would explain why we never won anything. So Pymble Ladies College, they were first to the 500 metre mark, and they have managed to extend their lead over Loreto Normanhurst 1, who in turn have extended their lead over the remaining 2 crews. And in the final stages of the race, PLC Sydney coming back strongly and hauling their way through Loreto Normanhurst 2. So all of these crews having a really good race, very committed. I think that's one of the delightful things about only having one race in the day, that you can really give it your all and not get distracted with anything else you're doing. And the Pymble Ladies College, this crew really Division 2, but looking very good indeed.
Yes, they certainly built their lead over that third 500, the critical part of the race, and often the crews, the distances between them expand dramatically between the 1,000 and the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, I think if you get into a good rhythm and you can get your timing accurate, which is what the Pymble crew have done a pretty good job at, you get that free run on the boat, don't you? And you can just inch by inch move away. And that's certainly what they're doing here. And they're going to give their coaches at Pymble Ladies College a delightful headache in terms of doing so well, making crew selection a lot more difficult as we work our way through to the schoolgirl head of the river.
If you want to work with the boat and maximise that run rather than fighting it.
100%. So, Pymble Ladies College, Schoolgirl Year 10, Coxed Quad Scull, Division 2, coming into the finish line now with a commanding lead, Johanna Karalas, Holly Hogan, Ella Willits and Anae MacDonald, and their cox, Aneo Calazzo. Congratulations, Pymble Ladies College. Taking the silver medal will be Loreto Normanhurst's Chloe Winterton, Bridie Chima, Abigail Rigney and Sardia Anae, coxed by Eloise Levy. And the bronze medal will go to PLC Sydney. Amelia Barry in the bow seat, Isadora Sachs, Emma Collins and Matilda Kidd, coxed by Maddie Tweedy. A valiant row coming from our second Loretto Normanhurst crew of Lily Graham, Matilda Cronin, Anastasia Stratford and Emma Cusack. Their cox Alison Boone, she's done a great job all the way down the course. They will not get a medal, but they should certainly hold their heads up proudly after a great row. And we invite first, second and third to come across and collect their medals.
Now the next race on the program is also underway, which is race 26, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. So these are the top scullers from Year 10 for each of the schools. In lane 2, representing the PLC Sydney, Mia Wilson, Hannah Reeves, Frankie Riley, Emily Barrett, Lily Cameron as the cox. Representing Winona in lane 3, Erica Nutt, Alice Stringer, Arabella Turner-Smith, Emily Plowman, Alex Pearson is the cox, and in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Elkie Speller, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen, Sophie Murphy, Heidi Bell is the cox. In lane 5, Pymble Ladies College, represented by Sarah Khan, Arabella Murphy, Caitlin Bilney, Zoe Hart and Mia Solomons is the cox. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst, Lexi Sam, Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, Amelia Branley, Charlotte Fagan is the cox. And in lane 7, Tara, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Leila Odbert, Olivia Bailey, Maria Karutzis is the cox. So that's race 26, Division 1 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. And they've just passed through the 1,000 metre mark, and at the 1,000 metre mark it was Canberra Girls Grammar leading about a length and a half from Tara. Then about 2.5 lengths further back to Winona. So the top 3 place getters at the 1,000 metre mark were Canberra Girls Grammar, followed by Tara, then Winona. Then 2 lengths further back to Loretto Normanhurst in 4th place. Then 2 lengths further back from them to PLC Sydney in 5th. And PLC Sydney then in 6th place. So that was the places at the 1,000 metre mark.
So yesterday the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar placed second behind Mossman Rowing Club. But the Mossman Rowing Club crew did include Erica Nutt, who's in the bow seat of the Winona crew, and their cox, Alexandra Pearson. But certainly the Canberra Girls Grammar School yesterday, incoming second, posted a fairly good time of 8:03. Mossman Rowing Club's crew, of course, included girls who were at different schools. So a slightly different race yesterday, but today Canberra Girls Grammar, very strong showing there, and they're now coming up to the 500 metre mark and still remain in the lead. Yesterday the Tara School crew of Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Leela Odbert and Olivia Bailey and their cox Maria Karutzos were in Division 2 and were winners in a time of 8:02, and the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew were 8:03. So it will be interesting to see whether Canberra Grammar can stay on top of Tara School, as they at the moment are leading as they come through the 500 metre mark. Tara School sitting in second position. Winona sitting in third. And then it's back to Loretto Normanhurst 1 and PLC Sydney, as it was at the halfway mark. I think that Canberra Girls School crew is looking very strong indeed as they now come down to the last quarter of the race, the 250 metre mark. And in fact, they've reduced their rate of striking, so you can see that they are actually rating much lower than the Tara School crew. Just picking up the rate now as they come into the end, aren't they? But the important thing when you drop the rate is to not drop the power. That way you continue to let the boat run, as you were saying earlier, just allowing that boat to run.
Yes, very nice finish from that Camber Girls Grammar crew. It's the temptation to slow up, or at least to shorten the stroke as you come up towards the last 500 metres is very strong, but they've kept their length in their stroke and really concentrating on getting the run on the boat.
So they'll certainly be happy with that row as they come towards the finishing line now. Our winners of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Canberra Girls Grammar School crew of across the finish line first, Elkie Spiller, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen and Sophie Murphy and their Cox, Heidi Bell. Taking second position, good row again for Tara School, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Leela Odbert and Olivia Bailey and their Cox, Maria Karitsos. They're coached by Aidan Smith. And wrong bow number on, but Winona School from lane 3 will place third. The crew of Erica Nutt, Alice Stringer, Arabella Turner-Smith and Emily Plowman, Alexandra Pearson, their Cox, Ben Whitewolf from Mossman Rowing Club, their coach. Fourth will be the Loretto Normanhurst crew. Struggling against the odds there on the far side, PLC Sydney unfortunately have had a bit of equipment failure, but very sensibly the person with the equipment failure is keeping their blade out of the way of the bow girls so that the other three can remain rowing, and they will then manage to post themselves a creditable 5th position, which will of course count towards the point score. And it looks as though we're missing the Pymble ladies crew.
Yes, they didn't start.
Right.
Yes. So we now move to the presentation for race 25, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. That was won by Pymble. Second place went to Loretto Normanhurst, number 1 crew, and third place went to PLC Sydney. So the bronze medalists representing PLC Sydney, Amelia Barry, Isadora Sachs, Emma Collins, Matilda Kidd, and their Cox, Maddie Tweedy. The silver medalists representing Loretto Normanhurst, Chloe Winterton, Bridie Chima, Abigail Rigney, Sadia Ine, and their Cox, Eloise LeVay, and the gold medalists from Pymble Ladies College, Joanna Corellis, Holly Hogan, Ella Willits, and A. McDonald. And their Cox, Aina Calozo, Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 25, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Congratulations, girls.
So on the course now, we have the Schoolgirl Double Scull final. And in lane 1, the crew from PLC Sydney of Hannah Bebbington and Ellen McCartney. In lane 2, from Monty St Angelo, Eloise Stevens and Lottie Ravenstein, coached by Ben Whitewolf. In lane 3, Roseville College, Hannah Clark and April Menck, coached by Alex Brown. In lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin. In lane 5, from Ascombe School, Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak, coached by Chris McCarthy. In lane 6, from Ascombe School, their second crew of Grace Carter and Isabel Bugg, coached by Gemma Kuo. In lane 7, from Loretto Kirabelli, Ava Hatzidis and Sarah Steele. In lane 8, from Pymble Ladies College, Madison Hodgetts and Iris Wang, coached by Lucinda Wickham Fines. And in lane 9, from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Emily Walker and Samantha Burns. And at the halfway mark, it was the crew from Loretto Normanhurst of Stella Moore and Patty Boland who were in the lead. These girls have had an outstanding season so far. They have been very fast in every race that they've raced and are really setting the benchmark for schoolgirl doubles. So it's not surprising to see them in the lead at the halfway mark, and they're leading by some 6 seconds over the Ascombe School crew of Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak. Then sitting in third position, Eloise Stevens and Lottie Ravenstein of Monty St Angelo, who also row at Mossman Rowing Club. The girls from Loretto Normanhurst and Ascombe all row at Glebe Rowing Club, so this will give us a little bit of form indication for some of the club regattas to come later in the season.
It's great to see Monty is now entering schoolgirl events. It's only been the last few years that Monty's established a rowing program, and of course we welcome back Winona after many years when they didn't have a rowing program, but they were one of the original, or almost original, rowing schools.
Yes.
And had to make a decision at one stage whether they're going to have a boarding house or rowing.
Yes.
But it's great to see them back. And of course St Catherine's that have just emerged and very, very strongly over the last 5 or 6 years.
Indeed, they have a great coaching team there and a really good vibe, I think, amongst the girls. It's fantastic, yeah. So the smaller schools and the bigger schools involved in this race, so the smaller schools like Mont St Angelo and Ascombe, and the bigger schools like Loretto Normanhurst and PLC Sydney, Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville, who show such great strength in depth. So 3 medals, and we've actually got 4 crews battling it out for that. At the halfway mark, the Ascombe crew of Grace Carter and Isabel Bugg were just 0.34 of a second behind the third-placed crew from Monty St Angelo. There is a general rule that you enter 1 crew only in events, but for the smaller schools who aren't able to do quad sculls, and that's definitely the case of Ascombe, where we simply haven't had boats and coxes, or even people. Those schools are allowed to apply for a special exemption to have a second crew, so that's the case here. The Ascombe first crew of Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak still sitting in second position, being challenged by Monty St Angelo and the second Ascombe crew.
And schools go in cycles. I mean, there were many years ago when Ascombe was actually had an 8.
Yes. Yes,
and rode quads quite regularly, but often depends on the support from the parents and the commitment of the girls.
And I guess how many sports there are at school and how important it is to them. So certainly at Ascombe, I'm astonished by how many sports there are. So a commanding lead still for the crew from Loretto Normanhurst of Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin. A beautiful row there, what a lovely double, and they will take out first position. A great second half of the race for PLC Sydney's Hannah Bebbington and Ella McCartney, who have now moved into second place. Ascombe's Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak still sitting in third position, and Grace Carter and Izzy Bugg in fourth. Then it's back across to the far side, the Roseville crew, I think. Oh, sorry, no, it is the Mont St. Angelo crew who've moved into second place, and they will, Eloise Stevens and Lottie Ravenstein will take out second place. Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak will place third for Askham. Fourth, also Askham, Grace Carter and Isabel Bugg. And for those who are interested in times, the unofficial time for the Loretto Normanhurst double, 8 minutes, 9.71 seconds. They extended their lead to 21 seconds over Mont St. Angelo at the end, who in turn had 11.67 seconds over Askham. Coming across the line in fifth position, PLC Sydney crew of Hannah Bebbington and Ellen McCartney. Sixth will be our crew from Loretto Kirribilli of Ava Hatzidis and Sarah Steele. And seventh and final crew across the line will be the crew from Roseville of Hannah Clark and April Menck. And as they approach the line, confirming the results of the schoolgirl double scull. A win for Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. Second, Mont St. Angelo, Eloise Stevens and Lottie Ravenstein. Third, Askham School, Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak. And now we move to the schoolgirl single scull. In lane 1, Isabel Howard from Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 2, Georgina Stevenson from Winona School, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 3, Charlotte Penny from MLC School, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. In lane 4, Suhanya Jayasuriya, coached by Jack Crampton from Tara School. In lane 5, Lydia Hazelwood-Lee from Pymble Ladies College, coached by Lucinda Wickham-Fines. In lane 6, Hannah Wilkins from Tara School, coached by Jack Crampton. In lane 7, Sabrina Koskar from Askham School, coached by Chris McCarthy. In lane 8, Lucy Yabsley from Askham School, coached by Chris McCarthy and Milan Parker. And in lane 9, from Canberra Girls Grammar, Eliza Lilly.
So full field in the schoolgirl single scull, all 9 lanes will be used. And we're very fortunate at the Sydney National Regatta Centre to have 9 lanes. In many other states, at their premium regattas, they can only have 6, and some even have many schoolgirl regattas where they only have 4. So particularly in Melbourne, it's often heats and finals where there'll only be 4 crews in a race, and the winner goes through to the A final, second goes through to the B final, and so forth. So we're very fortunate to have a course here where we can actually have 9 lanes, which makes it much easier and avoids the need to have heats and finals.
So on the screen there we can see a picture of Lucy Yabsley. Lucy, who has been specialising in the single scull for the last couple of years and was a medalist at the National Championships in Perth last year. And I think she is the only person in this race who did race there last year. Sitting in second position, Georgina Stevenson, who also rows at Sydney Rowing Club, developing really well under the tutelage and guidance of Charlie Patterson and rowing for school as well as club. Lucy rows for Glebe. And then in third position right now is Sabrina Koskar, who rows for Leichhardt Rowing Club as well as Ascombe School. Our fourth position sculler at the moment, Isabel Howard, who I'm pretty sure took out the single scull yesterday in the, can't remember which division it was now, but certainly a good row came from her yesterday with a slightly different field. So those previous scullers were in something different yesterday. Charlotte Penny from MLC School sitting in fifth. Suhanya Jayasuriya from Tara School in sixth, and Hannah Wilkins from Tara School in seventh.
The next presentation is for race 27, the schoolgirl double scull. That was won by Loretta Normanhurst. Second went to Monty St. Angelo, and third went to Ascombe. So the bronze medalists representing Ascombe: Kitty Elias and Kitty Suzak, coached by Christopher McCarthy. The silver medalists from Monty St. Angelo, Eloise Stevens and Lottie Raverstein, coached by Ben Whitewolf. And the gold medalists and champions representing Loretto Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin. Congratulations to the winner and place getters in race 27, the schoolgirl double scull. Gold medalists Loretto Normanhurst, silver Monty St. Angelo, and bronze Ascombe. Well done, girls.
So our single scullers are now progressing through the 1500 metre mark, and Lucy Yabsley remains in the lead, representing Ascombe School. Then she's in the lane closest to the grandstand. Then across to the far side, Georgina Stevenson from Winona. Then it's back to the near side again. We still have Sabrina Koskar from Ascombe sitting in third position.
Yes, a very dominant performance here from Lucy Yabsley. Looks like she's slightly increased her rating as she hits the red buoys, with only 100 metres to go now.
So coming towards the finish line now, Lucy Yabsley ups her rate of striking, just really putting the icing on the cake now to her win in the schoolgirl single scull representing Ascombe School.
And Georgina Stevenson over there at the far side in lane 2 is holding second place very comfortably.
So a good finish coming from, looks as though it's MLC School's Charlotte Penny, coached by Kath Hextel, and she will be currently in fourth position, really challenging Sabrina for third. Sabrina Koskar from Ascombe School sitting quite comfortably there to take out third position though. Good challenge from Charlotte Penny, but she'll need to settle for fourth. Fifth will be Isabel Howard from Loretto Kirribilli. And then it'll be back to lane 4's Suhanya Jayasuriya from Tara School, who will place 6th. And 7th will be, by the look of things, Hannah Wilkins. That Tara School Zooty again?
4. Oh. Yes. Yep, that's Tara.
So good to see Tara School in singles. They were quite a good cohort of them yesterday as well in small boats, and some very neat sculling there from and as our final contestant comes towards the line, confirming the results in the schoolgirl single scull, a win for Ascombe School, Lucy Yabsley. 2nd, Winona School, Georgina Stevenson. 3rd, Ascombe School, Sabrina Koskar. 4th, MLC, Charlotte Penny. 5th is Loreto Kirribilli, Isabel Howard. 6th, Tara School, Suhanya Jayasuriya. 7th, Tara School, Hannah Wilkins. The winning time for Lucy Yabsley, 8 minutes, 30.63 seconds.
And the next race coming down the course now is race 29, which is the schoolgirl 4. There were 4 entries: St. Catherine's in lane 3, Mia Castellas, Laura Seaton, Ella James, Sienna Ray, Indy Warnick was the Cox. In lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Burgess, Lucy Saxenian, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, Annabelle Peel is the Cox. In lane 5, Roseville, Charlie Griebel, Emma Dupreez, Grace McInlay, Hannah Alexander, Jessica Davies is the Cox, coached by Jack Henderson. And in lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Iris Wang, Madison Hodgetts, Erica Williams, Matilda Gilmore, Mia Solomons is the Cox, coached by Lucinda Wickham-Fiends. So at the 1,000 metre race in that event, it was Roseville in the lead, about 6 lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, then followed St. Catherine's. So it may be that Pimble may not have started.
Certainly yesterday Pimble were entered and I don't think they raced. So yesterday Roseville had a row over and they did that in a time of 7 minutes 46. Not too shabby, so I think they will be delighted that they bothered to do that yesterday because it's clearly given them something, a good preparation for today's race. But great to see crews from Loreto Kirribilli and St. Catherine's racing in this schoolgirl 4. So quite nice conditions today, but not quite as benign as yesterday. At the halfway mark, the Roseville College crew were on a time of 3:57. So yesterday they were at 3:50. So either we've got less tailwind or they're so far ahead they're not worrying about what time they do.
It's important to bear in mind, I think, for these sort of races that for St. Catherine's and Loreto Kirribilli, they have a number of 8s ahead of their schoolgirl 4. So Loreto Kirribilli have 3 senior 8s, and St. Catherine's have 2 senior 8s. And Roseville have a first Cox Quad Scull, and a schoolgirl 4. So this may well be the top 4, or if not the top 4, sort of 5 to 8 rowers, whereas for Kirribilli, it's after 3/8. So unlike the GPS schools, the schoolgirl programs aren't as uniform, so that it is sometimes very hard to compare crews in these sorts of races. But this Roseville crew is certainly rowing very well out in front. So the next presentation is for the schoolgirl single scull, and that was won by Askham, Lucy Yabsley. Second place went to Georgina Stevenson from Winona, and third place to Sabrina Koshkar from Askham. So bronze medalist representing Askham, Sabrina Koshkar. The silver medalist representing Winona, Georgina Stevenson. And the gold medalist representing Askham, Lucy Yabsley. Congratulations to the winners and place getters in race 28, schoolgirl single scull.
And coming across the line now, a good show of sweep rowing there from Roseville under the coaching of Jack Henderson and no doubt Gonzalo Briones as well, their head coach. Roseville College, Charlie Griebel in the bow seat, Emma Dupree's in 2, Grace McKinley at 3, and Hannah Alexander their stroke with Jessica Davis their cox. Congratulations to them, a commanding win in the schoolgirl 4. Coming up to the line now in second place, St Catherine's, the crew of Mia Castellas, Laura Seaton, Ella James and Sienna Ray, coxed by Indy Warnock. And in third place, Loretto Kirabili, the crew of Madeline Burge in the bow seat, Lucy Sekzenian in 2, Audrey Ross at 3, and Coco Butcher in the stroke seat with Annabelle Peel coxing them.
And that brings us now to race 30, which is the second division of the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. There are 4 entries in that event, and these are the second quads for each of those schools. And Canberra Girls Grammar actually have 2 quads in the race, so they're second and third quads, and Pymble has 2 as well. So but Pymble don't enter the first coxed quad scull because they have the 2/8s ahead of them. So in lane 3, Canberra Girls number 2 crew, Audrey West, Manuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, Eliza Miller as the cox. In lane 4, Pymble, Acalia Robinson, Madeline Woods, Ellie Hennessy, Amy Zhang, Natalius Wisvathian as the cox, coached by Angus Webster. Canberra Girls Grammar in 5, Charlotte Joyce, Stella Billington, Isabel Warswick, Kirby Cox, coxed by Karen Lotfi. And lane 6, Pymble Ladies number 2, Iris Wang, Madison Hodgetts, Erica Williams, Matilda Gilmore, coxed by Mia Solomons, and they're coached by Lucinda Wickham-Fiends.
So some of these crews raced yesterday, in fact 3 of them did, and the winners yesterday were the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew number 2, which is based in the far lane number 3. This is the crew, of, as you mentioned, of Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost and Maddie Beasley, with Eliza Miller their cox. So they had a good row yesterday. They came out very fast indeed. They were almost, they were 1:53 compared with over 2 minutes for everybody else in the first 500. And they finished in a time of 7:39, so they won by 41 seconds. Interesting that they are the second crew named. But certainly looking strong again today, and at the 500 metre mark they again did a time of 1:53, but only 6 seconds, so a couple of lengths ahead of the Pymble Ladies College first crew of Acalia Robinson, Maddie Woods, Ellie Hennessy and Amy Zhang, who didn't race yesterday. Yesterday, the second Canberra Girls Grammar School crew placed 3rd, and the Pymble Ladies College second crew placed 4th. So in the mix today that weren't there yesterday, that Pymble Ladies College crew that's in lane 4. At the 1,000 metre mark, the Canberra Girls Grammar second crew across in lane 3 had extended their lead from 6 seconds to 15 seconds. And the second Canberra Girls Grammar School crew were having a really red-hot go against the Pymble Ladies College crew. So there on the screen, you can see the crew in lane 6, the Pymble Ladies College crew. So the girl on the left should be Iris Wang, the bow girl, Madison Hodgetts at 2, at 3, Erica Williams, and at stroke, Matilda Gilmore. Their cox is Mia Solomons. So great experience to have raced yesterday and to be able to race again today, particularly in such good conditions. And as the camera on the umpire's launch pans across, the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew of Charlotte Joyce on the left-hand side, Stella Billington at 2, Isabel Warswick at 3, and Kirby Cox at stroke come into view with Karen Lotvi, their cox. Panning across now, we see the Pymble Ladies First crew. And you can see in the distance, lovely view of the flags. I always think that's such a fantastic view. And the finish tower there on the right, which is where we're bringing you the commentary from. And in the distance there, Canberra Girls Grammar School, who are extending their lead now as they come through the 1,500 metre mark.
The next presentation is for race 26, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. That was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, second was Tara, and third was Winona. So it's great to see a Winona crew winning a crew event at IGSA. By that I mean coming third, getting on the medal. So the bronze medalists representing Winona, Erica Nutt, Alice Stringer, Arabella Turner-Smith, Emily Plowman, Alexandra Pearson is the cox, coached by Ben Whitewolf.
And as coming across into the finish line now, we do have that Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in the Schoolgirl second Cox Quad Scull. So just coming across the finish line now, they will place first. It'll be Pymble Ladies College who will be second. It'll be Canberra Girls Grammar who will be third, and Pymble Ladies second will be fourth.
And then the silver medalists in race 26, representing Tara, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Layla Odbert, Olivia Bailey, and Maria Karutzis is the cox, coached by Aidan Smith. And the winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, Elkie Spiller, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen, Sophie Murphy, and they were coxed by Heidi Bell. And the winners of the Year 10 trophy, Canberra Girls Grammar. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 26, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Congratulations, girls. The next presentation is for race 29, the schoolgirl 4. That was won by Roseville, second St Catherine's, and third Loreto Kirribilli. So the bronze medalists from Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Burgess, Madeline Burgess, Lucy Saxonian, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, and they were coxed by Annabelle Peel. The silver medalists, St Catherine's, Mia Castellas, Laura Seaton, Ella James, Sienna Ray, and their cox, Indy Warnock. And the gold medalists representing Roseville, Charlie Gribble, Emma DePries, Grace McInlay, Hannah Alexander, and their cox, Jessica Davies, and their coach, Jack Henderson. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 29, the schoolgirl 4. Congratulations, girls.
So on the course right now, we have the race number 31 on our programme, the schoolgirl first, coxed quad scull. In lane 3, Winona. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, MLC School. In lane 6, PLC Sydney. And in lane 7, Roseville College. At the 500 metre mark, Canberra Girls Grammar had taken a lead over Roseville of 9 seconds. MLC School was sitting in third, but by less than a second, and PLC Sydney in fourth by a length. Then it was back to Winona School. By the 1,000 metre mark, Canberra Girls Grammar had extended their lead over Roseville by a further 10 seconds. MLC School had dropped back by another 5 seconds, but PLC Sydney had managed to decrease the distance between themselves and MLC School. As they come into the 500 metre mark, the Canberra Girls Grammar School continue to lead by a considerable margin over Roseville College. Still sitting in third and fourth place, MLC School and PLC Sydney. And Winona not far behind, and as you said, John, just so great to see Winona back and really gathering force now in both small boats and big boats.
On trailers and rack space in sheds, but it's that big step to move up from singles and doubles up to quads that allows you to have greater opportunities for the girls, but also to build a stronger ride program.
Yes, indeed. So through the 500 metre mark they go, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Followed by Roseville, then MLC School, PLC Sydney, and Winona. So we're on the schoolgirl first Coxed Quad Scull, and Canberra Girls Grammar really showing, that, as you said, their strength in depth in quad sculls. So just talking to their director Caroline Pipers yesterday about, or the day before, about how they had taken the girls across to New Zealand for the Christmas regattas, and what a great experience it was for them to have that racing and expand their horizons and perspective by going overseas.
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity that New Zealand provides for schoolgirl rowing in January at some of the regattas they have over there. Is it Lake Karapiro or?
Yes, Lake Karapiro. So pretty rough.
Yeah, it's because the boys' schools have enjoyed that for many, many years. Tours, rugby tours in particular, all around the country, all around the world.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Girls seem to have missed out.
Yeah, and certainly rowing and really high growth in rowing in women's sport generally, really picking up, but rowing, it's a fabulous sport for girls. And here they come, Canberra Girls Grammar. Isabel King in the bow seat, Emily Walker in the 2 seat, Samantha Burns in the 3 seat, and Eliza Lilly at stroke. Olivia Noonan is their cox. They will be delighted with that result. A commanding win, and what's really impressive is how they've really stuck to their guns the entire way down the course to try and get their best time. I'm sure they will be preparing now for New South Wales State Championships and for the Nationals, the National Championships will be based here in Sydney at the Sydney International Regatta Centre in March. In second place, it will be Roseville College. The crew from bow, Angelina Bogossian, Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman and Matilda Baird, coxed by Matilda Marchant, coached by Katie Ashworth. A nice tussle between these next 2 crews, but in third place it will be MLC School, Sasha Koverick in the bows, Jodie Feng at 2, Amelia Gastonbury at 3, Ella Baker in the stroke seat and Sophia Grave in the cox's seat. Their coach is Kirsten Lilliquist, and in fourth place PLC Sydney, Isabel Lau in the bow seat, Molly Cameron at 2, Willa Bowman at 3 and Maisie Burge at stroke with Jasmine Gifford coxing. And our final crew, Winona School, with Isla Milne in the bow seat, Scarlett Bradshaw at 2, Maeve Maloney at 3, Tully Phillips at stroke and Alexandra Pearson coxing. Ben Whitewolf is their coach. The final time for Canberra Girls Grammar, 7 minutes 33.14 seconds, and their lead over the crew from Roseville was 38.35 seconds.
We next move to race 32, which is the second last event on the program, the schoolgirl second 8. In many years we might have only had 2 or 3 or 4 entries, but this year we have 8, which reflects an increase in strength in the senior rowing programs of many schools. In particular, Queenwood have got 3 entries in the schoolgirl second 8, and Loreto Kirribilli have 2 entries. And then the field is otherwise made up of St Catherine's, Loreto Normanhurst and Pymble. Pymble traditionally very strong in the second 8, but this year Queenwood and St Catherine's and Loreto Kirribilli have figured more prominently in the second 8. And of course, after that we move to the last event on the program, which is the schoolgirl first 8, which no doubt Lizzie has some views on as to results, but certainly St Catherine's so far this season has dominated the schoolgirl first 8, I think in every event that they've competed in. So the next event for presentation is race 30, which is the schoolgirl second cox quad scull. That was won by the Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew. Pymble Ladies number 1 crew came second, and Canberra Girls Grammar number 1 crew came third. So the bronze medalists representing Canberra Girls Grammar: Charlotte Joyce, Stella Billington, Isabel Orswick, Kirby Cox, and their cox was Karen Lotfi. Silver medalists representing Pymble Ladies College, Acalia Robinson, Madeline Woods, Ellie Hennessy, Amy Zhang, their cox, Nitya Visvathian, and coached by Angus Webster. And the winners, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, their number 2 crew, Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, and coxed by Eliza Miller. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 30, the second division of the schoolgirl coxed quad scull.
So on the race course now, a ferocious race going on in the schoolgirls' second 8. At the 500 metre mark, Pymble Ladies College had taken a lead over Queenwood 1 of almost 4 seconds, which is pretty impressive. St Catherine's was sitting in third by 0.39 of a second, and the Queenwood 3 crew allegedly were sitting in 4th position. By the 1,000 metre mark, this had changed somewhat. Pymble Ladies College still sitting in 1st position. St Catherine's sitting in 2nd position, having overhauled Queenwood 1, but down 4.56 of a second on Pymble. In 3rd position was the crew from Queenwood 1. At the 1,000 metre mark, Queenwood 1 were just 0.3 of a second down on St Catherine's. Then it was back to Loreto Kirribilli 1 and Loreto Kirribilli 2. Loreto Normanhurst sitting in 6th position, Queenwood 2 in 7th and Queenwood 3 in 8th. So the crew from Pymble Ladies College currently in 1st position, Alice Anand in the bow seat, Isabel Matosantos in 2, Lauren Gibson at 3, Celeste McDermott Bozolik in 4, Catherine Walker at 5, Isabella Stally at 6, Skye Pockley at 7, Annabelle Shanahan at stroke, and the cox, Mathilde Goddard. The crew from St Catherine's in 2nd is Eden McGregor at bow, Ada Lloyd at 2, Tilda Dunn at 3, Melanie Poulos at 4, Audrey Stigter at 5, Jaslyn Morgan at 6, Lucy Hall at 7 and Darcy Connell in the stroke seat. The cox is Georgia Parks. The Queenwood 1 crew is Lucinda Doku in bow, Kiana Gapayard at 2, Flo Vitch at 3, Scout Ferguson at 4, Natasha Hughes at 5, Scarlett Kay at 6, Ella Hardy at 7 and Millie Don't in the stroke seat. Zara Milner is their cox. And those 3 crews still battling it out as we go through the 500 metre mark, in fact closing down now on the 250 metre mark. Let's quickly run through the Loreto Kirribilli 1 crew. Heidi Aarons is at bow, then it's Annabelle Ross, Bridget Carnival, Ella Chidgey, Zoe Ryan, Chloe Cameron, Georgia Moran, Amelia Charlison, and their cox Monica Dunstan. And the Loreto Normanhurst crew, Sabine Walton, Lara Wheelhouse, Eliana Kutami, Mariana Daly, Abby Timmins, Sophie Lamp, Lily Cronin, Mika Trindle, and their cox Inaya Absar.
So it'll be a very good battle for second between Queenwood and St Catherine's. But Pymble do seem to have built a sufficient lead to be comfortable with winning this race.
Yeah, very exciting indeed, these 3 crews. So Pymble Ladies College hanging on to the lead. St Catherine's have just got their bows in front of Queenwood's crew. And then a very fast finish coming from the Loreto Kirribilli 1 crew in lane 2. But Pymble Ladies College will win. And I think it's going to be by clear water, a commanding win for Pymble Ladies College in the second 8. Fantastic. St Catherine's will play second. Queenwood would have to second for the bronze medal this time around. 4th position, Loreto Kirribilli, across on the far side. Placing 5th in lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli's 2nd crew. Sorry, no, Loreto Normanhurst. Is that right?
That was correct.
No, it was Loreto.
Kirribilli came 5th. Normanhurst
right.
was
still
hasn't come up to line yet.
And 5th will be Queenwood's 2nd crew. 6th will be Loreto Normanhurst. and 7th will be the Queenwood 3 crew. The finishing time unofficially for that Pymble Ladies College Schoolgirl second 8, 7 minutes 19.55 seconds. The margin over St Catherine's 5.8 seconds, and they in turn over Queenwood by 1.1.
The next presentation is for race 31, the first division of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. That was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. Roseville was second and MLC third. So the bronze medalists in race 31, MLC, Sasha Kovaric, Jodie Feng, Amelia Glastonbury, Ella Baker, Sophia Grave was the Cox, and they were coached by Kirsten Liljequist. Lilyquist. And the silver medal went to the Roseville College crew of Angelina Bokhosian, Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Matilda Baird, Matilda Marchant was the Cox, and they're coached by Katie Ashworth. And the winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabel King, Emily Walker, Samantha Burns, Eliza Liddy, and they were coxed by Olivia Noonan. And the trophy winners for the senior Cox Quad Scull for the IGSA Regatta, awarded to Canberra Girls Grammar. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in race 31, the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull.
So our Schoolgirl First 8 and our final race of the day is now on the course. In lane 3, St Catherine's. In lane 4, Queenwood. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies College, and in lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst. At the 500 metre mark, St Catherine's had taken a lead, and they continue to lead at the 1000 metre mark. That crew from St Catherine's is Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, and Leela Gaston, coxed by Jasmine Abela and coached by Jared Watson. At the 500 metre mark, and still in second position now, Pymble Ladies College. Mia Booth in the bow seat, Alessandra Bracich at 2, Millie Cullinane, Scarlett Olison, Megan Wood, Mika Nato, Erin Porter, and Holly Craig, coxed by Carolina Yemma. Queenwood were sitting in third place at 500 and remain in third place and have dropped a little in time at the 1000 metre mark. The Queenwood First crew is Brooke Cuttance, Grace Bennett, Annie Sieve, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Zoe James, Eva Thompson and Addison Rolls. Chloe Giretta is their cox, and they are coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. Sitting in fourth position, the crew from Loreto Kirribilli, and that is Eva Eels, Alexandra Whitson, Mabel Oxenham, Grace Woodward, Freya Bateman, Zoe Fallon, Avery Bramble and Chloe Alsop, coxed by Emma Brumley. And in fifth position, Loreto Normanhurst, Sinead Hickey, Holly Gibbons, Annabelle Roche, Sophia Terry, Jessica Lenehan, Josephine Egan, Penny Rose Collins and Isabel Hare, coxed by Adele Simon and coached by Miller Argent and Hannah Cowap. And with 500 metres to go, that Pymble Ladies College looking very strong indeed.
Yes, they're coming back very strongly. A very strong third 500 from Pymble. going to be a much tighter finish, I think, than yesterday.
So according to the timing system, St. Catherine's have a narrow lead as they come through the, oh no, sorry, we haven't got the timing for the 1500 metre mark, have we? So we're just going to have to rely on our eyesight, and I would say that's a real battle. Pymble very close indeed to St. Catherine's now. It's a question of whether they can really ramp it up in the last 500, and yesterday St. Catherine's were very impressive in the last 500. Looks to me as though they're doing the same thing. You can see how what they're doing is really putting the power on, and that is lifting the boat speed, and then you match that with your rate. Slightly different approach from Pymble, who look as though they've tried to lift the rate and see if that can increase the speed. And then a really strong showing from Queenwood. I know they've had a little bit of sickness in the boat, so this is possibly not what they were expecting, but certainly managing to keep that pressure on that Pymble crew right through to the end. St. Catherine's now very impressive, drawing away. Looking very good indeed, long, strong and purposeful as they take out the win in the schoolgirl first 8 here at IGSA 2024. The silver medal will go to Pymble Ladies College. Queenwood would take a mighty bronze medal and a great row there from Loreto Kirribilli, keeping the pressure on the whole way to take 4th. And our 5th place crew will be the crew from Loreto Normanhurst.
So 6:45 is a remarkably quick time for a schoolgirl 8.
Yeah, they did 6:42 yesterday. Yeah.
But that was
slightly
the tailwind.
faster conditions.
That was a tailwind, yeah.
6:45.51 unofficially, 6:52 for the crew from Pymble and 7:02 from the Queenwood crew.
So it'll be an interesting battle next week at State when MLCQ and Loreto Toorak come up.
Indeed, and hopefully Queenwood have managed to eradicate the little bit of sickness in their crew.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to our first state. Some really impressive racing there and a wonderful showcase of schoolgirl rowing for all of us here at the IGSA Regatta.
Okay. The next presentation is for race 32, the schoolgirl second 8. That was won by Pymble Ladies College, second to St. Catherine's, and third to Queenwood number 1 crew. So the bronze medalists in race 32, the schoolgirl second 8. Queenwood, the crew of Lucinda Doku, Kiana Gapaliad, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson, Natasha Hughes, Scarlett Kay, Ella Hardy, Millie Don't, Zara Milner was the cox, and they were coached by Ashley Fitch, Ella Davidson and Max Stanistreet. The silver medalists, St. Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Ada Lloyd, Tilda Dunn, Melanie Poulos, Audrey Stigter, Jaslyn Morgan, Lucy Hall, Darcy Connell, and Cox Georgia Parks. They were coached by Darman O'Driscoll. And the winners, Pimble Ladies, Alice Annan, Isabel Matasantos, Lauren Gibson, Celeste McDermott Buzalek, Catherine Walker, Isabella Staley, Sky Pockley, Annabelle Shanahan, Mathilde Goddard was the Cox. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in race 32, the schoolgirls second 8. We now move to the presentation for the schoolgirl first aid. And that race was won by St Catherine's. Pymble Ladies second and Queenwood third. So the bronze medalists representing Queenwood: Brooke Cuttons, Grace Bennett, Annie Sieve, Sarah Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Zoe James, Eva Thompson, Addison Rolls, and Cox, Chloe Juretta. And they're coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. The silver medalists representing Pymble Ladies College: Mia Booth, Alessandra Brasic, Millie Cullinane, Scarlett Olsen, Megan Wood, Mika Nato, Erin Porter, Holly Craig, and Cox by Carolina Yemmer. And the winners from St Catherine's: Bianca Rupnick-Williams, get the winners from St Catherine's: Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannons, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Leela Gaston, and Cox by Jasmine Abella, coached by Jared Watson. And the winners of the trophy for the schoolgirl first aid, St Catherine's. Please join me in congratulating the winners and place getters in the schoolgirl first aid. Congratulations and well done.